Good morning, good morning, good morning. TGIF. Hey there, besties. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Listen, yes, I'm tired. I'm tired. I'm still half a damn sleep, but I'm here. It's Friday, finally. What is today? The 1st of May? It is May the damn 1st already. Another month gone. I gotta figure out how to use these StreamYard pieces or whatever. Again. Anyway. It is May the 1st already. That year is almost half the year of 2026. Y'all, what anyway, I be trying to tell people shit go by fast, days go by fast, years go by fast. Pretty soon we're gonna be talking about the summer. Pretty soon we're gonna talk about the end of summer. Pretty soon we're gonna talk about Christmas, and pretty soon it's gonna be 27. And the question is, will we still be talking about Meg, Klay, and now Lexie? I hope not. Okay. Anyway, we got to talk about them one more again, but we got other stuff to talk about. I think I missed one of the videos from yesterday or the day before yesterday for Ladies Night. Ladies Night was yesterday. I think I forgot one of the videos, so I got to bring that up. Then there's an update on one or two things. We probably should start going into some important news because this shit is not important, but unfortunately, these people won't stop talking about it. I don't understand it. I don't understand it. But I understand it because that's the culture, and the culture loves to put their minds into things that don't really matter at the end of the day. Because let's be honest, Whitney, holy hell, is what Meg and Klay and now Lexie is going through going to have an impact on any of our lives or any of the people who think that this is the most important thing in the world. I'm pretty sure it's not going to make any daggone bit of difference. How does that help your May start? Now, listen, for me, it's content. It's just content. It's just content, as they say. So yeah, that's why I'm going to talk about it. I got a reason, but everybody else that's crashing out, that's invested, that's crying, that's whining and mad and everything, I don't understand it, but I do. We'll talk about it. We'll get there. Because all I care about is my relatives.
I don't care. All I care about is my relatives. Let me drive this home. All I care about is a new disrespecting my relative, nigga. That's all I care about, boy. That's all I care about.
And he on the run right now. Woo! I started to, God, I started to pray right then. Oh shit!
Because maybe if people were more concerned with their relatives and their life, their finances, their jobs, and what goes on in their life, they probably would be so much better off than being so invested in a celebrity that don't know them, celebrities that don't know them, celebrities that don't give a damn about them, because all they need them to do is to buy their shit or follow their shit, go to their games or whatever the hell it is that they need. And maybe this is or buy their albums, and maybe this helps those people in that way. Okay. Specifically the poors, fake poors. Y'all know damn well y'all got more important things to be worried about than this. Again, year is almost half over. Welcome to May, y'all. We about to have the first major holiday of the summer. That's not the summer, but the kickoff of the summer. Memorial Day is what, 20 some odd days away now. Shout out to the summer. I'm so excited. I cannot wait. So I'm on my first trip, not necessarily of the summer, but I'm chilling. Had a long night. So that's why I'm dragging. Plus the first day of travel is always like, it's always tough. It's always tough for me anyway. Even no matter what I'm doing, it's always tough. I hate being on planes. I hate people and their germs. I hate people and their coughs. I hate people sitting next to me. I hate people touching me. I hate it all. But you got to do what you got to do to get to where it is that you need to be, right? So I was in the Chase Lounge yesterday, and I was trying to record, but I wasn't connected to the internet. So maybe when I leave out, I'll try to do it again. Because one of the perks of having a Chase Sapphire Reserve card is the fact that they put you up in the daggone Chase Lounge and they got everything in there. So you know when you go to you go to airport and everything that you buy is so freaking overpriced. You're gonna buy a hot dog, it costs $8. You buy a drink, it costs $15. And if you buy alcohol, it gotta be 30. Something crazy like that. Well, when you're in the Chase Lounge, it's all included. So I was having whatever that first drink was. Then I was having whiskey sours with a new whiskey, which was really, really good. Try to get a facial, but it was too close to my leave out time. They had some good food in there, desserts. I played Ms. Pac-Man. I found Ms. Pac-Man, y'all. So I was playing me some Ms. Pac-Man, child. My favorite game in the world. All they need is Donkey Kong. I may never leave. If they get Donkey Kong in there, I may never leave. Okay. So then they got all these comfortable places for you. They got all the shit for your computers because a lot of people, of course, that's on their computers. You can shower there. Like it's all this shit. And I ain't even cracked it open yet because I just got this Sapphire Reserve. So that is definitely a commercial. Link is in the description if you wanted to be interested in getting one. I ain't gonna hold y'all. There is a freaking annual fee, but with everything that comes with it, totally worth it to me, especially for traveling. So that's what I got to say about that. So we'll see. Actually, I also have an Amex, Platinum Amex, and they have a lounge too. So I'm gonna check them out on my way out. Anyway, so just want to let y'all know all that is available in the description. Thank you so much, legend. Shout out to all of y'all that are here. I see you. I appreciate you. Please make sure you hit the like button for me. Subscribe if you are new. Go ahead and subscribe to Rumble too. I do be dropping a lot of shit on Rumble that I cannot put on YouTube because I know they're going to have a fit. If you can believe it, right? If you can believe it, YouTube has an issue with the with that Funky Dineva video, what that nigga said. I know it's probably more about my response to it, but just FYI, I'm waiting to see if they're gonna monetize that video. But you saw what if you didn't watch the video from Funky Dineva, I clipped it yesterday. But Funky Dineva, for those that don't know, is an ABCDer who has been ABCDing for a while. And what he did was come out here and say that the problem with the Black community is Black straight men, in case y'all missed it. So, you know, I listen to a lot of different people when I'm chilling on YouTube to hear different opinions. You know, you hating hoes. I know you're listening, or you will be. Don't do that. You only want to listen to what you want to listen to. You only want to listen to what it is that you want to hear, which will not change your opinion and help you formulate a whole complete opinion on something, especially when you're going by blogs, which we're going to get on Instagram today. This is going to kind of be a continuation of Ladies Night. So he kindly and quickly oh, Drew's only going live on Rumble. Okay, I think I gotta subscribe to Rumble. I'm gonna start looking into it. It's like 111 people that are subscribed there. And I do want to go over there. I think you don't have to worry about copyright over there, so I'm gonna work towards it. I'm doing a lot of things. I'm trying to work on the travel channel, trying to work on the Generation X channel, this one. So I got a lot going on. Anyway, so I'm trying to understand why Funky Dineva is even listened to be perfectly honest with you. But we kind of know that Black women, this is a way for them to have a Black man without having to, quote unquote, listen or be covered or be under a Black man. Because isn't it a straight Black man? Isn't it interesting that they can listen to them, submit to them, quote unquote, but when it comes to the sassy straights, there's no way, there's nothing. You're not gonna tell me I make more. I'm the, backbone of do what I say, not as I do, blah, 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 blah. And when Obama says that you need an ABCD in your home to help you raise your kids, and they don't have no problem with that. I'm still confused as to how come they're not riled up at the fact that that man even made that statement. I feel like when I've been thinking about it lately, like, are you ABCD Obama? Like, seriously, is that man ABCD? Why would he say that? Why is he so engulfed and want to be involved with ABCDism? He's not even in the like he's not even in the running anymore. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like, why are you saying these things? I mean, I don't know if Shelly still got a podcast because I could care less because it's boring. And she ain't talking about shit I give a damn about. But I I would be concerned if all my husband talked about was ABCDism. And so maybe it's because that's what works with women, black women, liberal white women, is to sit up here and say that you are just as much engulfed with ABCDism. I was just thinking through it. I think that will pull in liberal white women and black women real quick. So that has to be the reason that he's saying it. It don't make sense. To me, it doesn't make sense. And the fact that typically, I said typically, look it up. Shout out to Jason Black. Colors just don't, they used to not, let me say used to not be so engulfed in what ABCDs do. Are there black ABCDs? Clearly. You got Funky Dineva. But it was like, you had your voice and everything, but it wasn't so freaking to the detriment of the same people that you allegedly like. Does that make sense? So it's not like black people weren't fighting for all black people. Why does ABCDism have to be sectioned out? Then it's black women, and then they got to be sectioned out. Everybody got to be sectioned out. But if we're all black, isn't everyone covered under black? This is as much of a dummism as when Ice Cube was saying that he had the thing for Black America, and then the Crows was saying, "What about black women? What about black women?" Y'all could have came up with your own shit. Well, he should have said, "Bitch, do your own shit," which I know he did. Not like that, which I know he did, meaning Ice Cube. But they just always are telling people what to do. Arby, I hope everything is going good for you. If you need me, holla at me. But it seems like they just jump in everywhere and tell people what to do, but never produce anything and move forward with it. I want someone to tell me, seriously, what the hell it is that black women did that produced a result that they didn't bring in somebody else in order to try to carry it over the line. So let me clarify. Whoever did whoever did the thing for Arena, which we talked about the other day, where she was on the train and then the dude deleted her, the blonde refugee lady or whatever. And after that was done, somebody came through and put the bill together and got it done so that there's now Arena's law. Okay. That's just an example. So with all these hating hoes always running off at the mouth trying to tell somebody else what to do and everybody else what to do, what if they crafted and created to go and put forth and through in order to advance anything, to help anything, to support anything, whilst always telling somebody what they did wrong, how they need to do it, when they need to do it, and who they need to do it with? Bringing in liberal white women on everything, and then they go and leave them in the dust every single time. Thank you, legend. That's where the money is. Shout out to where the money resides.
What the what? What a money reside, what a money reside, what a money reside, what a money reside. And that's on who? Man had a little lamb. Okay.
That's for you, boo. Thank you, hon. I appreciate you. Black women are not black people. And yet these are the people that's always talking about blackity black, you're not black, and I said you're not black, and you a white supremacist talking points. Because really, that's mostly who I hear dumb shit from. Dummism from is black women. Enough men, but mostly black women. Shout out to Kennard. He said there's a constant power struggle amongst black people. Yes. And why is no one talking about that? Why is nobody talking about we all are the same. We should be working together. The same as in the race, because like with the Asians, they don't be segmenting themselves as far as I know. And the Indians don't be segmenting themselves as far as I know. And even white people, even though we know there's some differences there because black people always focused on white people, I don't hear them out here carrying on like that. They gonna get their shit done. They shit gonna get done. Now, I'll eventually go over the Supreme Court decision from yesterday or day before yesterday, whenever it was, about the redistricting, because I gotta listen to a few people to make sure that I understand what the hell is going on and read about it. But the colors is out here, causing a ruckus, and then there's others that's just like, yo, what do you want? Like it's like you ask for something, you get it, then you ask for something else to change it. It changes. You're mad. You do something. It's okay. Somebody else does it. It's racism. Like, I'm tired. I'm honestly tired. I really feel like there's no point in even talking about anything that's important because nobody listens anyway. Not y'all. You know what I'm saying? The people that need to listen don't listen. And the people that listen are the people that already know. So it's kind of like, what is the point? Might as well just keep talking about the shit that y'all, not y'all, are going to be all invested in. Which gets you nowhere at the end. How does Klay, Megan, and now Lexie advance any of our lives? But it is all that's on YouTube. And honestly, it is all that's on Instagram. And Blueface, child. Blueface. Unless we not forget Blueface, child. Blueface. And the next woman that's pregnant. He got 2 women pregnant. Yeah, let's talk about Blueface. Because why y'all allowing Blueface to run on up in y'all? Anyway, don't get me started on that. Don't get me started on that. Classy young man, D threats over a breakup from alleged grown women. I hear you though. This influences more coloreds. Meg and Klay and now Lexie has more influence over colors, yeah, than actual shit that matters in this. I wonder if they even know about the Supreme Court vote. I wonder if they looked at their stocks yesterday, child. If they even have any. Are they really concerned with, or are they still, not still, are they worried about saving money? Are they seeing that the economy is not that great and probably won't get better? I mean, it's not great. Gas went back up. How the hell did gas go back up, y'all? I got gas the day before I got gas 2 days ago. It was like, oh yeah, I could get it at that price. The next day it was up like 25 cents. I said, what the fuck? What is going on? I was like, all right, just get the damn gas. Just get the damn gas before it gets worse. And getting it at when you're at 3/4 of a tank is better than getting it when you're almost out of gas. But I'm not supposed to allow my gas tank to go beyond half a tank. So shh, don't tell my dad, because he gonna have a fit. Anyway, 469 in my Soldier Boy boys. 469. Child, I don't even know. I need to get a job. Can somebody get me a job where they give me a company car and they pay for the gas? Do they do that anymore? Shout out to Generation X. I feel like that was a thing back when we were younger, where somebody's parents had a company car and then they gave them a gas card. And that's when there was a gas shortage back in the 70s, if y'all remember that. Wow, what if we had a gas shortage? Oh my God. That would be crazy. $4.99. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's headed that way. It's headed that way here too. This is half damn crazy. I would say entertainment is a good distraction. I don't disagree with you. But these people don't even know what's really going on in the world. I'm telling you, they don't. In my opinion, they don't. They just like entertainment because they just like entertainment. Because the fact that this is going on this long is ridiculous. But let's listen to Flacco. Because this thing with this David guy is wild. The only thing that I can say is it is crazy wild, and how it took them this long to get this dude is crazy to me. Anyway, so Flacco, I guess he said, I got more important fish to fry than Dan Corey Holcomb, and I'm with it. So he says we are very close to finding out who helped David. I keep wanting to call him David. Red Rum Celeste, y'all. That's that little girl who I think was 14 that was found in his Tesla, but it took them like another year to say, you know what? I think he did it. And I'm like, what the hell took y'all so long? Like, what the hell is going on? So we're gonna listen to some of this because this is almost 20 minutes long, and child, I ain't got time. I gotta eat. Let's hear what's going on with this, y'all, because this is crazy.
Oh my God. This sick piece of shit, David, is one of the most evil human beings to ever live. He's right up there with Ted Bundy. And I'm being serious, man. These new
Damn, not Ted Bundy, y'all.
updates, man. If you got a weak stomach, this video ain't for you, man. Prosecutors finally released.
Viewer discretion is advised, child. Viewer discretion is advised. And why he look like Nick Cannon right here? Child, why does he look like, is it just me? He looking like Nick Cannon. No shade, Nick, no shade.
These transcripts or quotes from David and Celeste's final conversation before he murdered her. And what we know is bro was two-timing minors. Bro was Hugh Hefner of the playground. What's evident by the messages was Celeste, who's a really smart girl, was starting to lose respect for David. She was starting to realize who he really was and what she got herself into. Even when she says, all we do is have intercourse and just hang out, man, I want more than that for myself. That was coming from a 14-year-old girl. And she was writing him this after discovering that he was also dealing with other women and other minors. For all it's worth, I'm really proud of Celeste that she was at least able to see who this dude really is towards the end of her life. She was starting to realize who she was dealing with and how much of a monster he is. This dude was making a 14-year-old stuff Plan Bs down her throat. The messages confirmed that David and Celeste was at least having pregnancy scares, or at least the thought of pregnancy scares, which is why they was talking about Plan Bs and other things. Now,
I mean, typically, especially you think that they're trying to, you would think that he would think not to get someone pregnant, but you know, this the easy way out, because I'm assuming, yeah, these people are generation, Z. You would assume that they would maybe think a little bit, but again, Generation Z, they just like the quick fix. Everything is a quick fix. That's what I'm trying to say. Everything for Generation Z is a quick fix. It's easy. We'll just do a quick fix. Now you got Plan Bs, you got PrEP, everything to help people be whores and be irresponsible. They got a pill or a quick fix for that.
we've seen the Discord messages where David would write that him and Celeste was having a baby. So we all thought she was pregnant when she passed away, and that may have been a motive, but apparently she was not pregnant. But there were pregnancy scares at some point. Even after her death, this sicko still kept pictures that she sent him, explicit pictures, if you get my drift, in his phone. So even in her death, he was still victimizing her. Now, we know for a fact the prosecutors are in connection or in cooperation with other victims of David. One victim in particular have came forward in different forums in Reddit, and the mods have confirmed that she is in cooperation with the police. Victim 3 actually took to Reddit, and the mods were able to confirm that this is victim 3. Now, she wrote, this is victim 3. For those saying that I did not go to the authorities, that's the first thing I did. Like, are you guys serious? Obviously, I went to the authorities. I'm involved in this. Your comments are insensitive and rude. I went through so much, so you guys...
And the other thing that they can't do is to try to defend themselves to the public, to social media, which is a waste of damn time. And hopefully, like with what this victim here is doing, doesn't mess things up for the daggone case, because they have to plead themselves in the public, which is another thing that, you know, separates them from most of us. Thank you, RBN. He said, we forgot back in 2007 and 2008, gas was over $5. Thanks, George W. Bush. I don't remember. I got to be honest with you. Only thing I remember from 2008 is or 2007 going into 8 is the crash, the housing crash. I was much invested in that from a work perspective. Thank you. I appreciate you. Good morning, Sing Fan. I appreciate you, Boo. He said, good morning, Dr. Mashawn, and peace to the chat. Happy first of the month. It's the first of the month. Just popping by and donate to the church. Hope that you'll have a great May. You have a great May as well, Boo. Shout out to you. I appreciate you. Everybody, please make sure you hit the like button for me. Subscribe if you are new.
need to calm down. So this is also another little girl who's claiming that she endured a lot at the hands of David. right, that what happened with Celeste is just the tip of the iceberg, that she also endured a lot at the hands of this dude. And she wrote, yeah, I went through so much, so you guys need to calm down and realize the victims went through so much. I know there are other girls out there like me. I had a strong relationship with David, and all the news that came out brought everything horrible back for me. And I want to be able to live my life without only being with a David case, being tied to a David case. I am doing everything I possibly can to help this case. This is exactly why I haven't come and shown my face to the media, because you are all like this. Be kind to those who are suffering through this. I have done everything possible. David is not a good person, and I am lucky to be here. That's all. Thanks. A lot of people care and are passionate about this, and it's easy to kind of get carried away if that's even possible, right? But I do believe, regardless of your opinion on why these victims didn't come forward sooner or why these victims are speaking up now and how complicit,
they didn't come up soon. They didn't come through sooner because they're children, in my opinion, right? I'm assuming this David person was famous young people, yeah. He had to be famous to young people, right? So they knew who he was. He's on other social media platforms that maybe older adults are not, and they know about it, which is why I always say that it's very difficult to keep up with kids. So if you're not trying to have any control over what they do, you're never going to be able to. Even when my kids had phones, I found out that they had apps that would hide things that they didn't want us to find out, because their phones were monitored. But it was what they didn't know, it was also monitored for every download that they made. So when a download was made, I'd be like, "What the hell is this?" And I'd make them explain it. So I don't know, and I don't have kids like that. Obviously, I don't know if they still have those type of parental controls. But in the beginning, they had some good parental controls. Unfortunately, they had people who were making apps that made it more difficult for a parent to find stuff. It made it easier for kids to hide things. So that's why people should be parenting their children from a young age and instilling some sort of values in them, because if not, they can easily be caught up in this shit. But like Kennard said, where were the parents when all this was going on? Now, allegedly, from what I understand, because I'm not well versed on this, I just go by Flacco and a few other people, is that they tried to get her away from him. And when you think about what I just said, you can hide shit, kids gonna lie, and allegedly. So I don't know. This is, instead of going after Meta and even TikTok and all the rest of them for what they're doing, I feel like the concentration should be on the people who are making apps that make things more difficult for parents to find when people are under 18. So if there's supposed to be this, "Oh, you did this to my kid, she was just a kid, he was just a kid, they was just a minor," well, how's that Meta's fault when there's app creators who are creating things to make it easier to hide shit from y'all? I don't know. That's just how I look at it. They're not going after those people. They'd rather go through the whole bigger giant, I guess, to try to get the bigger payday, or they not. I don't know. People think differently than me. I guess. Anyway,
I think those questions should be saved for later. I think right now we should be as supportive to this person, to this victim, and hoping and push them to cooperate to their best of their ability with the prosecutors and with the police. Because the last thing we need is David going to court and the prosecutors don't have any, like witnesses, like we scared off everybody, the prosecutors, and then David gets off. That's the last thing we need, bro. David getting off. But if the prosecutors can drag about 5 or 6 of these victims into court and have them testify, man, it's cooked, bro. It's wraps for David, man. Now, we got a clearer picture on exactly what took place the night that Celeste passed away. And everything was played out through the messages. Now, one thing is clear, though, this was premeditated, and David was going above and beyond to clean his tracks. We know they officially broke up November of 2024. David broke up with Celeste November of 2024. However, he continued to talk to her. He continued to victimize her and do inappropriate things with her, right? He continued to lead her on, making her think this was leading somewhere. And eventually she got sick and tired of it. Now, we found out in our last update that Celeste threatened David, but we didn't know to the extent that she threatened David. In the court documents, they write, the messages reveals the victim's jealousy over defendant's relationship with other women, as defendant led her to believe they had a future together. The brief reads, Revis, which is Celeste, became extremely upset and threatened to disclose damaging information about her relationship with David to end his career and destroy his life.
There you go, right there, right? So I think this girl was. I think they started seeing each other when she was 11, if I'm not mistaken, and then he allegedly took her on up out of here at 14. So if you're 11, impressionable, now this is where somebody should be talking about grooming. Okay, frontal lobes. That's where all this conversation should be coming in, right? But these hating hoes are gonna absolve adults and give them all the excuses in the world. No, this is where you can say she didn't know, she's only 11, frontal lobe. But you know what can get girls in particular all hemmed up is love, emotions, and what it does to you, the serotonin and all that type of stuff. And if no one is there to help you navigate, or no one was explaining to you, because they didn't think. I think this dude is like, what, 7 years older than her, 6 or 7 years older than her. So she's definitely being manipulated. Excuse me. She definitely was being manipulated and taken advantage of, and definitely groomed, essayed. Like, it's all the things. It's all the things. How come they're not talking about this en masse the way they're talking about freaking Klay, Megan, and now Lexie? Nobody cares, right? So he can. What am I trying to say? A dude, a male, a man that a girl thinks that she loves and is in love with can definitely have more influence. Can definitely and will definitely have more influence than a parent. Enough of the time. I'll just say enough of the time. So that's where parenting comes in, so they can have some sort of moral compass and code. So hopefully they can recognize sooner that something's not right and tell somebody, even if it's not the parents. Tell somebody. But if she was so engulfed with him, from what I understand, I think he did Twitch or Kick, whichever thing it is, and she was there. So it was the money, it was the people, it was the fame, it was the attention. It's all the things that they try to say is what Facebook or Meta and YouTube do as a whole. But then this kid gets all engulfed with a dude that could just break her off $1,000 like it ain't nothing. This is parenting. This is where parenting comes in. I'm telling you, many of these people ain't really parenting their kids. They just think they alive. They doing all good. So she knew enough at about 13, 14 to say, nah, bro, this ain't it. And I'm going to tell. Which we know is probably not the best thing to do in this type of situation, especially since he has so much control over her. She didn't know. And this is what caused him to do what he did.
So she said explicitly, I will end your career and I will destroy your life. I will tell everybody what you did to me. And apparently this was David's motivation. But this is what happened. So she sent him this. And apparently after she sent him this was something that took place like almost like very quickly. David told her, hey, come and see me. I will send you an Uber. So he sent an Uber to pick her up from Lake Elsinore on April 23rd, 2025, the night she was allegedly murdered. Now, this is where you're about to see David premeditate this and go out of his way to clean his tracks. So let's hop in the Uber that David sent and arrive at David's house at 10:10 p.m. Now, Lake Elsinore is about an hour away from LA, from Beverly Hills. So she probably hopped in an Uber at about, 9 p.m., maybe 8:45, 8:50-ish, right? A little over an hour or so. And she got there at 10:10. But what's interesting, and where you're about to see how gory, how vile this is, she got there at 10:10 p.m. By 10:30, David was texting her, hey, where are you? Hey, where are you? Are you still coming? Obviously, that was an alibi. He was texting her at 10:30, hey, where are you? As an alibi that she never got here, right? Or that he never met her. But obviously, the Uber driver would then testify, yeah, no, I dropped her off at like 10:10 p.m. The Uber
dummy. What a dummy. Dummism.
App can testify where the Uber driver dropped.
Not to mention if she was on her phone, the pings. Like, do people not watch like all these shows that can tell you the simplest of the things? Dummy.
Her off at. So the Uber pin would say, yeah, she got dropped off at his house at 10:10 p.m. But he was texting her about 10:30, where you at? What that shows is he murdered her fairly quickly. As soon as she got to his home at 10:10 p.m., within those 20 minutes, she was already dead. That means as soon as she walked in, he was already getting a stab in her, watching her bleed out, watching her die. So he murdered her within 20 minutes. This was premeditated. This was something that was probably on his mind all day. He probably already had it lined up, probably already had the cameras turned off, the Tesla camera turned off, everything turned off. And he murdered her within 20 minutes of her being there. And I say wait for 20 minutes because it was probably way quicker. Because if he's already texting her at 10:30, where you at? Where you at? I can't see you. Where you at? Then that means that she was probably dead long before then, right? Because you're not stabbing somebody and killing them while at the same time texting them. David left his home at 11:30 p.m. and texted and called Celeste asking where she was again. Now, obviously, right, this was a plan to set up his defense. This was a plan to alibi, but obviously it didn't work because, sir, like, you know, her pin got dropped off at your house. We now know the significance of the Santa Barbara trip. So the night of, he went to Santa Barbara and disclosed of her items, like, you know, got rid of her phone, got rid of her passport, ID, got rid of a lot of things. Now, obviously, we know that Celeste's passport was discovered on the highway, but that's why he drove to Santa Barbara, right, to discard of all of her things. He returned the following morning and did a radio interview, which is why I wouldn't be surprised if we find out that David 100% have done this before to other victims. He 100% have murdered before, bruh. Because who exactly do you know is able to do something this vicious to somebody he supposedly cared for deeply and will be able to wake up and go do a radio interview and act like everything is normal?
Diabolical, child. Diabolical. This sounds like Dexter-ish. If you ever saw that show Dexter. This sounds like Dexter-ish. Because, you know, he could just go back to doing whatever the hell it is. You got to be like a serial deleter in my head, in my mind, in order to just do something like this. Think about it, premeditate it, like Flacco says, and then be like, you know what? I got to get to that interview. I'll pick this up later. Fool, this is crazy. This is crazy.
Excuse me? You were able to sit and talk to people with this in your home and this on your mind? This is sickening, right? So when he got back from the interview, he apparently ordered a shovel from Home Depot, which was delivered by Postmates on April 24th, 2025.
Dummy. Let's call Uber or Postmates or whoever that deliver the things that don't sound right. Because who think he out here shoveling shit?
Chainsaws, a body bag, heavy-duty laundry bags, and a blue inflatable pool, which were delivered by Amazon in early May the following.
You're going to have some, goodbye, sir. You're going to have some shit like that delivered by Amazon. Child, you can't make it up. You cannot make it up. Well, thank God for the dummism here so that they can convict that punk ass.
Claims he bought the shovel after murdering her because I feel like he was trying to bury the body. He was probably planning on driving to Santa Barbara somewhere there and burn the body. And then he thought, nah, burning it would probably be too hot. So then when he bought the heavy duty pool to contain the blood, he bought the chainsaw, he bought the inflatable body bag, among other things. This was when he then says, you know what, I'm about to get rid of this body. And he bought this in early May. So she was murdered April 23rd. He bought the shovel thinking he could bury the body, thinking, man, nah, I can't do that. And then early May, which now makes...
So we in May. So he was just had her just laying there in the living room then? Was she just laying there in the kitchen or something? And he just went to get a sand. Oh my God, y'all. Don't ever wonder why I don't be hanging out with a lot of people. People are fucking insane. This is crazy.
The prosecutors and their timeline make a little bit more sense because he bought the stuff to dismember her body in early May. The prosecutor's initial timeline was he murdered her April 23rd and by May 5th, she was dismembered. That makes sense because they're just going by the timeline in which he bought the items. Now, the reason why prosecutors were able to tie this back to David was because like they found pieces of the pool, like the blue material and the blue plastic. They found pieces in Celeste. He put her body in the inflatable pool. He dismembered the body with the chainsaw, and the microplastics from the pool was consistent and matched up what David bought. Bro, you go to jail. At first I thought, hey man, prosecutors.
You know what that reminds me of? We used to watch the Miami forensic show with I think his name is David Caruso. And they had a whole series. I forget what they're called now. And they used to show that type of stuff where it's like, oh, you think that you're doing something and something splatters and then you can find it later on. That's exactly like what? Oh my God. I wouldn't doubt that this person has done this before. I wouldn't doubt it at all.
Yo, why you arresting him so early? Yo, get your ducks in a row, get your case in order. But right now, man, it seems like they got this dude dead and right. It couldn't be any more clearer. Now, the one thing though that I think is unclear, that I want to see though is the Santa Barbara County trip, because he kept on going back to Santa Barbara County and wondering why. Was it just to bury things? Was it to get rid of things? Or did he plan on burying her in Santa Barbara? Because he also ordered a burn cage under that fake name called Victoria Mendez that he used for all his other purchases. So like the burn cage, I believe, was supposed to burn the body up, but you can't do that indoors, right? You can't like open up that burn cage indoors in a residential area. So I think what he was planning to do, he was going back to Santa Barbara County, trying to find certain spots and certain places he could do this at, because you're not doing no burn cage in the middle of your living room. Blood samples that was found in David's garage also matched Celeste's unique genetic profile, the filing states. A Caltrans worker also found.
This is what I'm talking about. Shout out to y'all. CSI Miami. Yes, that's the only one that I loved. I love CSI Miami. And like people just be thinking, oh, I'll get rid of the blood. What? Oh, I know I use some bleach. What? People swear they gonna get away with it. They swear they're gonna get away with it. And there's people who have gotten away with stuff, I have no doubt, right? But something like this, and then you think that you're gonna do what? Oh, I'm gonna just turn the hot water on. This all gonna go. People crazy, child. People are crazy.
You know, Celeste's passport off a highway in Santa Barbara, which we already talked about. Now, they will also say that David amputated like one of Celeste's like fingers because that's the finger that she got David name tatted and got a matching tattoo with David. So like he apparently got rid of that particular finger or chopped it off or got it amputated because he didn't want for her to be found or discovered and for people to know that he was involved with her or for officers to see the name and think, oh, wow, okay, let's go talk to him. So this man
the tattoo artist could come forth, but I digress.
Had this all planned out. He had about a 6-month head start to hide evidence, but it doesn't look like he did too great of a job hiding everything. The Riverside County Sheriff Department has came out and revealed and confirmed something that was just a rumor before today, but they were already investigating David for his inappropriate relationship with Celeste. So when Celeste went missing, you know, people kept pointing to David and how David was involved in her being missing. Now, this was before he murdered her. This was when she was reportedly missing for about a year, and her family never notified the county and the sheriff, hey, she got found. Hey, she's back home, because Celeste was home when David called the Uber for her. So the police was under the assumption that she was still missing, and they were actively investigating this, and they were looking at David specifically.
I don't care. Her parents need to be investigated too. I don't care what nobody say. I understand that at some point they said not to do it, but how the hell you got a whole ass case open? She come home and you don't tell nobody? Their judgment is not that great either. Child, I'm telling you, these people don't care about these kids.
We know this to be a fact because Steve Fisher, who's the private investigator, you know, for the owner of the home that David murdered Celeste in, you know, he contacted Riverside County to get certain information and certain documents, and they told him that, you know, the Freedom of Information Act, you know, like that don't really apply here because, you know, the information that he's requested and the documents that he's requesting is a part of an investigation, right? Isn't part of the investigatory files, you know, in the Celeste and David situation, right? Now, Riverside County is incredibly different from LAPD. The one thing that's still a mystery is the co-conspirator. So Steve Fisher, who again is the private investigator, he released this particular video right here. And when he released the video, he will say, now that the prosecution has released a briefing for the preliminary hearing in the David case, we are releasing the surveillance footage of the Tesla being moved on July 29th. The driver is lighter skinned with long hair wearing a red jersey. Now, the reason why this is important when you say the driver of the Tesla on July 29th is light skinned with long hair and wearing a red jersey, well, Steve Fisher did an interview. And what he said was they were able to positively ID the person who last drove the Tesla and parked it. Well, when you give that description of light skin, long hair, and red jersey, well, this is David's best friend Neo, right? And if he was the last one to drive a Tesla, then he drove a...
Lord have mercy, these dummies. Whoever said earlier about the digital footprint, these dummies, they don't get it. Dummism, they don't get it. And I'm not condoning, you know, trying to do better at crimes, of course, but these dummies don't think. There's no thought process of thinking, like I always say, what is the impact? What could happen downstream, long term? Nothing. One of the closest people I'm going to assume to this jackass, child, you can't make it up.
Car with a dead body inside. Well, but the prosecutors, if I hear, you can just watch the video right now. If we pause it right here, I'll be real. If we pause it right here and we zoom in, I still can't tell you, right? I still don't know exactly what, right? Like, I still don't know exactly like what he saw, to be honest. Because look, if we just zoom in, right? Bruh, like you could maybe see, like I could maybe, right? Let's zoom in as much as we can.
This is what I see, a dirty ass car. Why this car so dirty? You got money, you got the ability to get somebody to do some shit for you. Why is this car so damn dirty?
Can maybe, I don't know. I don't really see what he's seeing. But the prosecutors in their hearing, they stated that David was the last one to drive the vehicle. David was the last one to drive the Tesla or to move the Tesla. But what we know is the Tesla had been parked for a while, right? The Tesla was parked for a while.
Clearly.
So I don't know, man. Like Steve Fisher and the police and the prosecutors are given two different statements. Steve Fisher believes that he knows the last person who drove the Tesla, and you know he's not stating as David. He's actually stating there light skin with long hair.
I don't think that the question for me is whether the guy knew that there was a body in the car. or that he knew what was going on. I'm thinking though that you had to smell something, in my opinion, if she was just in there, because she's been, decomposing for some time. One, what is that smell? What is that smell? You cannot tell me that there's not going to be a smell. I don't care. I don't care what nobody say. Two, nice of David to involve his friends, because three, I saw somewhere else where he paid off a little boy, gave him $1,000 to use a phone to do something along those lines. So, if he's dealing with a bunch of young kids, which he allegedly was, and they just get some money and ain't nobody parenting them, then they are apt to do some things that they probably shouldn't be doing, and now potentially, possibly, will be traumatized for the rest of their life, and could be held liable in some of this shit. This is crazy. This is ridiculous. But nobody, everybody taking care of their kids, right? As long as they're alive, that's all that matters. So yeah, that's all I can take as far as that's concerned. We actually watched the whole video. So shout out to Flacco. He's doing the damn thing. Continued success. Moving on, this kind of going to turn into a bit of ladies' night. This one we didn't get to yesterday, but we're going to get to it today. So you remember the heifer that was using the N-word and having a good old time? She was the oppressor, the what do you call it? What would you call her? The whatever oppressor she is. So she allegedly now wants to apologize for her use of the N-word hard ER. She's been fired. It says Ashley Gonzalez, a former Houston Police Department officer, has reportedly issued a response claiming that her civil rights were denied and her freedom of speech was violated. In a public statement following her termination, she alleged constitutional violations. She argued that city officials silenced her for exercising her right to disagree with the government. Equal treatment. She claimed that she did not receive equal treatment under the law and that her arrest and jail time were politically motivated. Her statement comes after her firing on April the 24th, 2026, which was triggered by a viral social media video of her engaging in a racist rant. Now, she can say that all she wants to. I'm pretty sure there has to be something in their clause where they sign their contract or whatever, where they can't be wilding out like that, bringing harm, reputational risks, all the things that these people act like they don't know about because they don't be reading shit. And I'm pretty sure that's what it was as well. But let's hear what she got to say, Chad.
I'm just, I think I just need to go to therapy. And I need to go to church. And I just need, I just need some, self-reflection, honestly. Because that was just so nasty. But anyway, I just wanted to formally apologize and say I'm so sorry if I hurt your feelings. So anyway, I hope you all can forgive me and just get over that nasty post. I deleted it. I just feel really bad. I just feel really bad that I was just mentioned and it's just so toxic, and I'm just so sorry about that. That is, as you can see, that's not my content. That wasn't my content back then. And I don't know, I just feel really bad, and I'm sorry if I hurt your feelings. I'm just, I think I just need to go to therapy, and I need to go to church, and I just need, I just need some, self-reflection, honestly.
Okay, so now she need to go to church, self-reflection. This is not even a real apology, honestly. This is a performative act to make it seem like I think that she has some sort of remorse, but there's nothing about this that sounds like remorse. And even if she did, I still wouldn't care. Just like Kev says, I still wouldn't care. Whatever, child. Because I am a firm believer in accountability and consequences. and she was passionate that night. When she was talking, when we watched it originally, she had passion now, didn't she? She was all into it, and she was confident, and she was laying it all out there. She sounded more real that night than she does here. Girl, you need to get that confidence that you had on the first video in order to put it into this apology video. Now, I'm not saying it's going to make any difference because we do not care, but it always takes the excuse me, it always takes or seems to take the loss of income for people to all of a suddenly allegedly know what they did was wrong. Of course, we don't believe her, but consequences sometimes help people out. And while I don't believe that, for some things that people should lose their livelihood, like the way that like people carry on with Chris Brown, and it's like, y'all know damn well you're gonna go, and he went to jail and he paid his fine, and Rihanna forgived him. It's time to leave that man alone, because women are still gonna go around him, women are still gonna F him. Child, he just had another damn baby, so then none of that's gonna stop. So y'all are just looking crazy. So as long as this heifer can't find another policeman job, oppressor job, I don't give a fuck what she do. But she gonna be known now. She gonna be known now. And that's another thing that they don't think of. So when she goes and applies for other jobs, they'll check your social media, because they always check your social media now, even though these people don't seem to recognize and realize that that is a thing here in 2026 going into 2027. And they see that this is how you act and this is what you said. They're gonna be like, you know what? We gonna go ahead and pass courteously. Good luck to you, though. Good luck to you. And then she's gonna whine and complain again. Because if you cause this much chaos and problems and issues right now, not right now, but in this type of position, why would someone want to bring you in so that you could possibly do the same thing in their position and bring harm to them? See, this is the part that no one is teaching these people, and she ain't even young, okay? If she's in her early 30s, late 20s, early 30s, and she don't know no better, and she done been through the academy, and I'm assuming that they give you some sort of how you should act, what you should do, and what you do. Because a lot of people think that just because you're on social media, it's on your own time, that it don't matter. Going viral will fuck you up. Let me say it again. Going viral will fuck you up, depending on what you're saying. Now, me personally, my thing is that I don't talk about my job. I don't talk about it at all. Nothing. So if I should go viral, you won't hear me talking about the job. Look at these dummies who done twerked on the plane in uniform while being the oppressor, while on the clock. Like, y'all be doing the dumbest of things, and you be in your employer's digs, and then there are places where you're not supposed to be. You getting paid to do that job, not your TikTok. And then they're like, but I was at lunch or something like that. But you telling and you showing your job. They don't want to be associated with you. Not like that. They don't get it. Or if they out here ranting on their own time about said job, which is what she basically did, and you're using racial slurs, no common sense. Dummism. Dummism, child. That's what we seeing a lot. That we need to coin that for real. Remember, if you hear somebody out here talking dummism, like ecclesiastically, we know that comes from CGA, right? Dummism, it comes from us. So when you start hearing people talk about it, remember, we already know where it comes from. Because this is exactly, like, we finally coined the term. This is exactly what it is. Still not thinking. 2026 about to be going into 2027, because we almost half year, and y'all still making dumbass mistakes to be on social media. Thank you. What's up, Doc? Thank you, Boo. He said she should black man first, then apologize. She should what? A black man first? Be like, I was wrong and I was shown the light. Child, you probably will find out. Oh, date a black man. Okay. I was about to say, you're probably going to find out that's what she does. I'm telling you, or has. I'm telling you. Allegedly. That will be the next thing. I was about to say that. She probably out here dating or effing a Negro somehow, some way anyway. Allegedly. But y'all, shout out to Houston trying to make a name out here for themselves, child. Anyway, moving on, child. Moving on. Let's see what the blogs got to say. So, now don't forget what Funky Dineva said, y'all. You sassy straights are what's wrong with the community, and y'all need to get your shit together, okay? Florida substitute teacher was fired after she twerked in class, grabbed a student's neck, and called herself a $1 million prostitute. Sounds exactly like what should be going on in the schools. Child, you can't make this shit up.
She's not going to answer. She needs to leave the premises.
Yeah. Okay.
Would you please escort her
Yep.
out?
Grab your stuff. You're leaving.
Oh, the first thing I need to get is that piece of paper, sir.
No, you're grabbing your stuff and you're leaving.
Oh, then please grab my stuff because I am not a threat and I will not be killed when I'm
Grab
with
your
my hands.
stuff and you're leaving.
Okay, then my hands are tied, please.
Grab your
grab
stuff
it.
and
Can you
you're
grab it?
leaving.
Because I already got tased by the police
Grab
and I
your
double dare
stuff
you.
and you're
I
leaving.
already been tased by the police.
If I have to tell you again, you're going to go to jail for trespassing. They
That's
ask you
fine.
to leave. Grab
That's
your
fine.
stuff.
I already got tased by the
Grab
police in Pine
your
Hill.
stuff. I'm not in Pine Hills.
Okay, then you won't listen
Grab
to what
your
I
stuff.
said.
Grab your
Then
stuff.
you're gonna say I was a
Grab
threat.
your stuff.
You thought there was a weapon, right? Then you're
Grab
gonna
your
say I
stuff.
was a threat. Go, it's right there. I told you.
This
I'm
is your last
retarded.
chance. Grab your
Go
stuff.
ahead, go ahead. Do
Okay.
it your way.
All right.
That's good. It's fine. It's fine.
Shout out to Body Cam, but this is what I'm hearing. I'ma tell you. You're not gonna tell me. I'ma tell you. You heard what I said? Because I'ma tell you. You're not gonna tell me. I'ma tell you. Now I'm gonna go into the comments. I've not seen this. I've not read this. We all doing this real time, and I feel like I may see some empathy and sympathy for this lady.
She's not going to answer.
Because you can't even answer. You can't even do one instruction I asked for. No problem. Thank you, Jesus. It's time. I'm ready.
Okay, Robert. That's your money.
Yup. That's my water, my lunch box.
My office.
And I need my piece of paper. And I need my piece of paper that's up there.
I'm just telling what's wrong with you.
And I need my water bottle, please, sir.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Let's go.
No, I'm not done. I need that piece of paper. Don't poke
Let's
me.
go.
Oh, you want to abuse? Because you can't even answer. You can't even do one instruction I asked for. No problem. Thank you, Jesus. It's time. I'm ready.
Okay, Robert. That's your money.
Yup. That's my water, my lunch box.
My office.
And I need my piece of
go ahead.
paper. And I need my piece of paper that's up there.
I'm just telling what's wrong with you.
And I need my water bottle, please, sir.
Child, this was only April the 20th, it looks like. This was not even a long time ago. Oh,
Sorry, what was that?
Let's go.
No, I'm not done. I need that piece of paper. Don't poke me.
Let's go.
Oh, you want to abuse? Because you can't even answer. You can't even do one instruction I asked for.
yeah, because she's in charge here. Angela Faith Jordan was arrested after acting erratically at Lake Magnolia High School in Florida. Shout out to Skinny Boy. If it ain't Florida, it's Texas. If it ain't Texas, it's Florida. The teacher is accused of making explicit actual remarks to students, telling them she would engage in SA with them and referring to herself as a $1 million prostitute. Deputies say she was twerking in the classroom, yelling and slamming her hands on a desk. A student told investigators Jordan attacked her as class was ending. She has a history of bipolar disorder, and authorities believe she was experiencing a mental health episode. What the hell? Are we not doing background checks anymore? Bring back psych evaluations. Now that I agree with. So what is going on? Somebody forgot to do that? This is who they got around y'all's kids, y'all. They don't care. Soon as I seen Florida, well, that is true. Sorry, Skinny. Sounds like a manic episode. If she's bipolar and having an episode, I don't understand the point in charging her and not sending her to a hospital. This world all kinds of effed up. What I tell y'all. What is the hiring process for these roles? Kinda said you can tell she's having an episode. Hopefully she gets help. Why arrest her if she's having a bipolar episode? Not excusing what she did in general, but in reality, having that disorder, her episodes are out of control, only can be managed by medication. And sometimes medication helps lower chances but it still doesn't stop her from having episodes completely. I see why more and more parents are homeschooling. We have to protect our kids. Thank you, girl. Thank you, girl. Sheesh. They just be hiring anybody as teacher. So who interviewed her? Well, you know why they just be hiring anybody as teachers? Because the teachers that try to help y'all's kids, y'all don't support them. And then when your kids be acting the F up, y'all come in there talking about, nah, my baby. Nothing gets solved and resolved. They're allowed to do whatever they want. Then when the teachers take action, then y'all want to have them arrested. Don't nobody want to mess with y'all's kids. I don't know why this is so hard to understand and cannot be seen. No one wants to mess with y'all's kids. They're F the F up. They're F the F up. And I agree, Nicole, episode or not, she's endangering children. She needs a different job. And whoever hired her needs to definitely be fired. For sure, for sure. For sure, for sure. That's another reason why I said before, you got to be careful who you hire, because they're going to come back and look at you if something crazy happened. And this is crazy. And no, she does not get a pass because she's bipolar. We're not going to sit up here and y'all don't give Kanye a pass. She don't get a pass either. Don't nobody give Kanye a pass. She don't get a pass either. But yeah. So that's what's going on in the wonderful world of women. Let me get to this one, of which I haven't had a chance, but here we go today. Because Funky Dineva says that the problem in the community and the community are you sassy chatty patties. All right. I'm not going to let y'all forget. And that this is acceptable. And y'all are just jealous, and y'all need to go ahead and allow everybody to live however they want to. But y'all, meaning you sassy chatty patties, need to make sure that you SYCBM and that you protect the women and do all the things. Because if you don't, then you're the problem, and what you do is wrong. And even though you might not even have a woman, you might not even have a kid, it's still y'all's responsibility. And people like this that do things like this are wife material, and y'all need to go ahead and wife these people up. And Klay is wrong for not wifing her. Now, this heifer right here, I don't know if she, got a man or not or whatever. I don't know. But it says a New York, oh no, she's not. This is her boyfriend. New York woman convicted for throwing dynamite. This is not JJ. Dynamite from Good Times, y'all. First of all, where in the holy hell do you get dynamite from? I'm seriously asking a question. So seriously, can I go someplace, y'all, and just buy a stick of dynamite? I'm being so serious right now because I have no idea. So this woman was maybe, I don't know, we'll find out because I'm not really sure. Shout out to y'all for sending me the story. Let me read this caption from What's the Word TV. A woman from Long Island has been convicted after prosecutors said she threw a lit stick of dynamite into a bedroom where her boyfriend was sleeping, leaving him with devastating injuries. Kiana Waddell, 35. So this is not a frontal lobe not fixed. This is not a young person. This is a person who knows better. This sounds like it was calculated. This sounds half damn crazy. Okay. She got it from a bodega. Seriously? Just stop. I'm serious. Where do you get dynamite from, y'all? I'm serious. I have no idea where you would get dynamite from. Kiana Waddell was found guilty of first-degree assault and criminal possession of a weapon. I think it should be attempted red room myself, but I don't know. I don't know New York law. I know YouTube law. Weapon following a jury trial. The violent incident happened in March 2024 at home in Deer Park. Waddell now faces up to 25 years in prison when she is sentenced, which is scheduled for next month. Somebody said she thought she was in a Looney Tunes episode in an Acme factory. Oh my God, yes. It's not funny. It's not funny. That comment is funny. Do you get it from a construction work site? So I could conceivably go walk up to a construction work site and say, you know what? I want to buy me a stick of dynamite, and they just going to let me? Because I know what you have to do as a CDL driver when you have hazardous material. You have to have a license. You have to have different placements and placards and things of that nature. But she could just go and buy a stick of dynamite, Toss it in a bedroom, so no regard for anyone else that might be near or close. Child, this is ridiculous damn list. But don't forget, you sassy straights are the problem, and you all need to do something about the community. It is your responsibility, and you need to SYCBM. Good morning, Kofa. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. He said a lot of industries are hurting, and businesses, including government, are hiring almost anyone. Clearly. I thought there were no jobs, though. Education, and if y'all only knew about the military and nursing, a lot of legit mentally off people are hired. I know in nursing, even off of camping, has a lot of crazy ass people, especially dealing with my dad. But even before him, because I worked for a state facility. I told y'all that, working in food stamps and stuff like that. But I also used to be HR for a brief moment. And the people that were hired to be nurses, child, woo! I said, Lord God in heaven, please don't ever let me have to be in a facility, because I'm telling you, these nurses don't give a damn. They don't get paid anything. They get their money typically. RNs now make money, but they typically get their money from overtime. And the amount of overtime that they were allowed at that time to do, because they couldn't keep nurses. There was a time they could not keep nurses. I don't know what it is now. And so they would allow them to do crazy ass overtime. So they were lethargic. They were sleep deprived. They was crazy to begin with. And it's typically, allegedly, but allegedly, a lot of tethers. A lot of tethers are in nursing. So that's just been my experience and what I've seen. And again, dealing with my dad and all the things that's going on with him. He's had some issues, and most of them have been tethers. So remember during the pandemic, though, they were the backbone of the pandemic. They were wonderful. They were courageous. They were this, they were that. Now all of a sudden it's like, F them nurses, right? Laying them off, firing them and everything. But child, they be doing some crazy stuff. Hashtag SYSBM, hashtag BYOCBM, build your own community, Black man. Oh, that's a good one. That's too long for me to remember, but keep telling me I'll remember it. Let's hear what this news story says, Chai.
Park woman on your screen was convicted of throwing an explosive device into her boyfriend's bedroom while he was sleeping. Prosecutors say Kiana Waddle threw what looked like a burning stick of dynamite in his room after an argument. The victim tried to put it out and throw it away, but before he could, it exploded in his hand. Waddle faces 25 years in prison now. And this Deer Park woman on your screen was convicted of throwing an explosive device into her boyfriend's bedroom while he was sleeping. Prosecutors say Kiana Waddle threw what looked like a burning stick of dynamite in his room after an argument. The victim tried to put it out and throw it away, but before he could, it exploded in his hand. Waddle faces 25 years in prison now.
She's looking a little mad. She's looking a little angry there. I'm thinking that you're not the one that should be mad. From what I understand, what I heard, I'm not well versed. Y'all correct me if I'm wrong. He lost his arm. If I'm not mistaken, it's either his arm or his hand. Not to mention he's fucking traumatized. Not to mention that Funky Dineva can absolve Black women like they don't have some issues. Black women, and I'm talking Black because I'm Black. And this is what the fuck I do. So take your sensitive asses on and scroll the fuck up if you can't handle the truth. Women, Black women in particular, have trouble with emotions, right? We all have emotions and we emotional. But when it comes to shit like dealing in a relationship, you trying to, like, this is absolutely insane and too damn far. This is absolutely insane. And I'm still a little confused as to where the hell it is that you get a damn stick of dynamite. Remember when Chris Rock went into I'm Gonna Get You Sucker, I think it was, and he said, one rib. She went into some place and said, one stick of dynamite. And they was like, okay. I mean, it could have been stolen, child. I don't know. But it's just in my mind, just like with David, right? Because he's an asshole. She's an asshole. He's an asshole. He goes and gets the tub and the chainsaw and all the things that he planned on doing. She planned this too, because it's not even like you could say you went to 7-Eleven It's not like you could say that you went to Home Depot, allegedly. I'm assuming you can't get it there. I don't know. It's not like you went to your neighborhood mom and pop hardware store. You had to go plan to get dynamite. And did she just, like, because it was an argument, y'all, just think about this for a second. If they were already arguing, she had the dynamite. It's not like she was like, hold on, and then ran down somewhere and got dynamite and came back and threw it at him. Allegedly. Maybe, see, I would think that she would already have had it. And then you lit it and you still said, this is still a good idea. No control at all. And do you think that this is going to get y'all to get back together, bitch? Do you think this is going to get y'all to get back together? It could be homemade. Okay, that's a thought. You know, people be getting missing fingers and shit off of firecrackers too. So maybe, allegedly, maybe it's a high potent firecracker. I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out, but this is crazy. It was his hand. Okay, so he gets to walk around handicapped now because of this bitch. But don't worry, you sassy straights, you sassy chatty patties, according to an ABCD, are the ones that need to have a discussion and figure things out. I'm assuming they ain't have no kids. Praise the Lord for small favors. Moving on to the next biatch. You remember this biatch from yesterday, who's allegedly a rapper. Somebody name me a Queen Op song real quick, Bueller. Name me a popular Queen Op song, Bueller. All right. I tried. If you think of one, let me know. That we would all know, right? So shout out to the right-winged angel that gives us more. Y'all ain't shit. That's a good one, though. I ain't gonna lie. Woo, y'all ain't shit. So shout out to the right-winged angel. There's more since what we saw the other day. I didn't even get to clip it out. I gotta clip this shit out. Woman says she's AB and her baby in the second trimester because she's homeless. And now she's homeless. My life doesn't support a baby right now. I feel like that's not what she said, but you still out here thotting it up. I believe this woman needs prayers and support. Many women are making the same decision every single day in America. This video was posted 7 hours ago, so there is still time for her to change her mind. Choose life. That was nice of you, child. She ain't choosing life, child. But she's gonna make sure that them boobs is out.
It's officially 24 hours from my second trimester abortion. I'm pretty messed up right now thinking about how they're gonna rip my baby apart limb by limb. I have to do this. I know y'all don't understand why I have to do this, but between my homelessness and my brokenness, my life doesn't support a baby right now. I seen y'all saying do an adoption. I've done an adoption before, and when I went to see my 4-month-old baby, he has bruises and scratches. And when I brought it to the adoption coordinator's attention, she told me that I decided to sign my rights over and not to question his parents. Yesterday, when I got an ultrasound done to confirm the age of my baby, he had his hands in a prayer position. I don't expect you guys to understand why I'm doing what I'm doing, but just know I have no choice. It's official.
The problem is, like I said yesterday or whatever day we went over this the first time, is that people just choosing to bring this shit to the internet. Anything for this is an anything for content situation. This is definitely an anything for content. Thank you, Sid Davis. An anything for content situation. While biatches yesterday, which the people in red right wing is going to be different, but I'm gonna read their comments too. People in the comments because she's in Pennsylvania. This is the one that's in Pennsylvania. And they were like, this is why, it's a problem with Roe v. Wade, of which they're ignorant enough to blame Donald Trump for that too. And this is why ABs are needed. And this is why. Maybe it wasn't the situation, it was something else. But I'm like, it's legal. Pennsylvania is a blue state. It's legal here. So please miss me with this bullshit. Oh, the girl who had the baby and then STABB'd it. Women. Women who, and somebody said that recently, is that women abuse kids more. I believe it. I believe it. I believe it. How many stories have we seen? These crazy ass stories with these crazy ass biatches doing crazy ass shit. And I feel like it's abuse when you're not raising them properly, allowing them to be out on the street as well. Lest we not forget that, right? But I'm a homeless rapper. Again, did y'all give me any Queen Op songs, child? I'm a homeless rapper, and I'm going to get on this internet and monetize my mistakes and my ABs, because anything goes. Shout out to the community, always doing the best things for what the community looks like.
Just pray for me. Tomorrow, I'm going to let them vacuum my baby out of my stomach. I'm going to let them insert something into me and stop his heart. And this is what I have to do. So today is day 3 of a 3-day countdown to when I go and get my second trimester pregnancy removed from my stomach. I'm homeless right now. I don't have much to offer the baby. And I already did one adoption, so I don't feel comfortable really going forward with another adoption right now. For those of y'all that don't know, I do already have 2 autistic children, but one of them, which is in my care, and the person that was helping me with her since I got pregnant on her doesn't help me with her anymore. So things are just really tough for me right now. And as much as I would love to keep my baby, I just can't. So come with me on this journey to get my second trimester abortion. And yeah, for those of y'all that don't know, I do already have 2 autistic children, but
you know what? I was thinking the same thing when I saw it, because it looks deformed, but I don't know. Who thinks that she's eating healthy? Like, what's the point, right? C. Lopez is having a conniption over here. Viewer discretion is advised, child. Viewer discretion is advised. But let's bring it to the internet. And then when people don't react the way that other people think they should react, then they start to attack. So I don't, condone this behavior. She got 2 kids that are autistic. She said one don't live with her. The other one she was getting help with, but because she showed up pregnant again, that lady said that she wasn't gonna help her no more, which makes sense. Don't bring another kid up into here. That could be the reason why she's also she's doing the AB. But you know what doesn't stop with the broke homeless rapper? Fucking, okay? So you trying to tell me, again, you don't ever hear nobody talking about, what is it called? Oh my God. Thinking ahead. I'm gonna just call it thinking ahead because I can't think of the word. You don't never hear nobody talking about what you should do before getting into said stupid ass situations. Nothing. But you got people that will say, oh, this is why AB should be available. No, that's why there's birth control. Y'all never have that conversation. Y'all never talk about condoms, Depo-Provera, the shot, the shit you put in your arm, IUD, and whatever the hell else there is, because we've already covered all the different various things of birth control. No one ever has that conversation. Only thing people want to talk about are ABs. That's the only thing. Now they want to talk about Plan Bs. Nothing. And the way that they was giving her an out over there on the black blogs, of course we expect that. That's why I'm like, even with the other person, it's legal in Pennsylvania. So please, with this bullshit. So y'all can figure out a way to fuck, but you can't figure out a way to get to a state where they already allow ABs. That's what you're trying to tell me? That's what y'all trying to tell me? Not y'all, you know what I'm saying. That's what y'all trying to tell me? Y'all full of shit and you make any excuse in the world. First comment says, lashes done, nails done, hair done, everything done. Clearly, the priority is you and not the baby. Ain't that interesting? That wasn't even me. I'm thinking that the boobs is boobing. I mean, the boobs is boobing in this newer picture. The one on the right with the polka dots. On the left, they look weird too, to me. I don't know. It's not my lot in life. But yeah, exactly. Nobody wants to hear that. Nobody wants to see that. And I don't know how old this person is. I don't know one song, and clearly y'all don't either. But you're gonna make sure that you look to the 10s, to the 9s, whatever you want to call it, when you get up on this camera to go through your journey of deleting your own kid. The journey of deleting your own kid for money, to sit up here and monetize it. And this is a good look for the community, y'all. Shout out to the Black community. This is what y'all like. You like it, we love it. We're gonna highlight it all. Why don't you keep your legs closed? Has nobody heard of birth control? I thought Obama made it all free. Is it all free? I know the condoms are free. We all know that. I guess you could go to Planned Parenthood. I mean, she's homeless. She could be able to get anything for free. Where's the father? Child, please. Adoption. She already did an adoption. She don't want to do it again. Imagine saying that. I've already had an AB, which I'm sure allegedly, I'm gonna go out on a limb, but allegedly, because I really don't know, but I'm gonna say it allegedly. She probably already didn't had one. And especially if you already have 2 autistic children. And whoever said that Ritalin could be the reason why, you know what, you might have something there. But you know what? These people still want to put their kids, specifically their boys, on freaking Ritalin and whatever else there may be now, because that's all I know from when my kids were in school. There could be more. And y'all think that it's okay. And I don't even have boys, and I know that they got so much energy that it needs to be ran out of them, but y'all so fucking lazy. You would rather give your own kids drugs and start them out on that thing young in their life because you don't want to parent your damn kids, because you're selfish, just like these comments are saying, and you just want to do you. You don't even want to make a sacrifice for your own fucking kids. And then the stupid ass bitches that will come through, like I said the other day, talking about you a pick me. Yes, I am. Yes, I am, because I would not want to get on the internet and do this dumb shit, say this dumb shit, and put this dumb shit out here. Because I can use my brain and think. Because my mother and stepfather and father raised me. Because I have some sort of moral compass. Because I got some fucking common sense. Because I know how not to get pregnant. Because I know not everything is for public, and definitely not for the interdamn net. Because I don't need a bunch of motherfucking attention. Because I don't need a bunch of motherfuckers telling me that what I'm doing is right. That's the difference. That's the difference. But again, community supports this bum bullshit, just like they'll say that Megan Thee Stallion is a quality woman, whoever said that, and thinks that she was done wrong, and she back out here doing the same dumbass shit. And somebody's supposed to feel sorry for her. God intervenes with her plans in Jesus' name. Birth control is free at the health department, but it supports her eyelashes, her lipstick, her hair. Got it. This woman is a waste of prayer. She needs jail. She has multiple abandoned children. I don't disagree. I don't disagree. You're just a white supremacist talking points. No, y'all just support shit like this. No, y'all, not y'all, just support shit like this. And the rest of us, you think, are supposed to go along with it, when we know damn well this is not something that our children, male or female, should be having access to, nor the drag stuff, nor those nasty ass books that y'all are allowing in the schools. And then y'all sitting up there, you got Funky Dineva that you're listening to talking about the males have the problem, the straight males are the problem. No, the people who are raising these kids are the problem. Or should I say the people who aren't raising these kids are the problem. You got 2 autistic kids and you got pregnant again after giving one up for adoption, after probably allegedly having other ABs. And then you're going to do a late term one. And then you're going to bring it to the internet. And you think I'm supposed to have empathy or sympathy. And I don't. And I don't. Y'all like it. We love it. Y'all like it. This one too. Y'all like it. We love it. This is the community. This is the community that y'all want to have out here. This is the community that y'all want to support. This is the community that you will big up while sitting up here telling people who get married that they're the problem. Child, if y'all don't go to hell with that bullshit, keep on. Just keep on. This could all continue to fucking flounder. Let it fucking flounder to the daggone ground. I don't give a damn. You're never gonna tell me that any of this makes sense and this is the right thing and the right way for shit to be done and to go. Never ever, no damn way. Let me acknowledge Mike Love. I appreciate you, boo. He said, I don't know why the insane asylums aren't filled because social media has proven there are a lot of cuckoos out here, child. Then as soon as you try to put somebody in there, they now gonna say that that's a racist. You already know. And you know daggone well you can't have that happen under Donald Trump because everything he does is wrong. Everything. He do plenty wrong, but everything.
Because Trump bad. Trump bad.
Again!
Because Trump bad. Trump bad.
Going, you're being a racist! Racist!
Y'all already know. Y'all already know. Shout out to my fave. He said, Willie Williams said, Jay don't pretend to care. I don't. I hear you. And I don't. And I hear you. Child. Shout out to Kofi. He said, Dynamite, she must have been cool with Wile E. Coyote. I'm telling you, I'm gonna have to put that someplace in the title when I pull that out. Crazy, child, crazy. Anyway, shout out to 359 between both streams. I appreciate y'all. Hit the like button for me. Subscribe if you are new. We are moving into this Meg stuff. Meg, Klay, and Lexie. Okay. First of all, we got to go back to this heifer right here, who is quote unquote doubling down on her. Nobody knew who Klay was before Meg. Meg made Klay. If it wasn't for Meg, nobody would know Klay. Blah, 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 blah. So it's on site, says Madam Joyce, that's her name, isn't backing down. All right, Madam Joyce is her name. Madam, child, you look like you about 30. She's dying on the hill that Klay Thompson is only known because of Megan Thee Stallion. She doubled down and took it even further, claiming Nene Leakes is more popular. Oh my God, y'all. Oh my God. Are y'all listening to this? She's claiming Nene Leakes is more popular than the top 10 NBA players right now. Wow. This shows you. This is absolutely goes ahead and shows you where this freaking generation is. All they care about is the internet and the fucking reality, alleged quote unquote reality shit. I don't even know, does it Real Housewives of Atlanta even come on anymore? Nene ain't been on there in a while. I feel like not since her husband died anyway. I don't know. So you're going to tell me that, child, let me play this video, child. I cannot. These heifers just be heffing.
If you think you're coming here for an apology, or you think you're coming here for me to retract my statements, you can retract yourself back to your dirty hole that you was in before you came out to start talking. I'm standing 10 toes down. I said what the I said, bro. Nene Leakes is more famous than some of your top 10 NBA players currently, because reality TV and music expands to certain realms that, unfortunately for you guys that are in my comments, it doesn't transcend quite the same. People need to understand that outside of America, we don't even know the names of the teams here. Anyways, I decided to do a deep dive because I really don't know anyone that is currently playing in the NBA. So the NBA player rankings, according to The Ringer. So number 1 is Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. I've never heard of this man in my life. And if you've heard of them, guys, comment below. Nikola Jokic. I've never heard of him in my life. Victor Wembanyama. I've never heard of him. Luke Doncic. Never heard of him in my life. Kawhi Leonard. Never heard of him in my life. Anthony Edwards, never heard of him. I'm gonna scroll to find. Oh, Stephen Curry. See, I know Stephen Curry. He's number 11 out of the top 10 men who are currently playing in the NBA. And congratulations to all of you. The NBA and everything you've achieved is phenomenal. I'm sure you're making money. I'm sure you're making your cities proud. But me as a UK resident, there's only 2 of you I have ever heard of in my life. Guys, don't come for me, all right? If you think you're coming here for an apology, or you think you're coming here for me to retract my statements, you can retract yourself back to your dirty hole that you was in before you came out to start talking. I'm standing 10 toes down. I said what the I said, bro, Nene Leakes is more famous than some of your top 10 NBA players currently, because reality TV and music expands to certain realms that, unfortunately for you guys that are in my comments, it doesn't transcend quite the same. People need to understand that outside of America, we don't even know the names of the teams here. Anyways, I decided to do a deep dive because I really don't know anyone that is currently playing in the NBA. So the NBA player rankings, according to The Ringer. So number 1 is Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. I've never heard of this man in my life. And if you've heard of them, guys, comment below. Nikola Jokic. I've never heard of him in my life. Victor Wembanyama. I've never heard of him. Luke Doncic. Never heard of him in my life. Kawhi Leonard. Never heard of him in my life. Anthony Edwards. Never heard of him. I'm gonna scroll to find. Oh, Stephen Curry. See, I know Stephen Curry. He's number 11 out of the top 10 men who are currently playing in the NBA. And congratulations to all of you. The NBA and everything you've achieved is phenomenal. I'm sure you're making money. I'm sure you're making your cities proud. But me, as a UK resident, there's only 2 of you I have ever heard of in my life. Guys, don't come for me.
All right. So I'll let it play twice so that you could hear. All right. And this is what I'm going to say after listening to it. This is my first time listening to the second post that she put out about this, right? First of all, of course, she can say whatever she wants about what it is that she thinks. All right, fine, whatever. 2, she a tether. So she's over in the UK, if I'm not mistaken, and she's a woman. She's a fucking woman. You think she watching basketball? First of all, she in the UK. Second of all, she's a woman, a young woman at that. The only women that really into the NBA, typically, there's some of us that are. I'm not anymore. I'm going to be honest with y'all. I don't know most of those names either. I know Kawhi and obviously Stephen Curry, and she said Anthony Edwards. And y'all saying she mispronouncing the name, so maybe if it was enunciated correctly, I would recognize some of them. What they're really saying, though, y'all, is that they only know reality TV people and rappers. This forget the basketball part of it, y'all. Forget the basketball part of it. They only know shit that doesn't do anything to push your life forward. Now, I'm not saying that basketball is going to push your life forward, y'all, so let's not get it twisted. But they're not going to know about something that they're not into. But what they are into is what the problem is to begin with. Shit like reality TV and Meg Thee Stallion. That's where life is. And child, they might know. Somebody should ask her if she know Queen Op. Somebody should ask her if she know Queen Op. I don't know Queen Op. I don't need to know Queen Op. I don't need to know Meg dating Klay. None of that. And honestly, I don't need to know about the Splash Brothers or none of that. And I know it. I know about some reality TV, but that's not where I need to invest my time in life. You know what I mean? But it sounds like, based off of what's been happening with regard to this situation, this is where these people spend their life at. And that's why she would come out here and say this stuff. And then, of course, the doubling down is because she went viral. So she's going to take advantage of that and double down on it. Now, I don't have like what she said just now. I'm okay with what she just said. She wouldn't know any of those people. That's not her lane. That's not her lane. If we went to Drew Titan, since Legend brought him up, shout out to Drew Titan. He specifically speaks about boxing. I wouldn't know shit about an air boxer if it ain't Mike Tyson. If it ain't Mike Tyson, I ain't gonna know about it. Okay. And clearly he don't play no more. If that's a thing, if that's how you classify boxing, right? But I wouldn't disparage it if somebody who starts dating somebody from Survivor, who I might know because I watch Survivor. Okay, so they opened the lines up to Ya. Okay, that's why they're so. And this is another reason why they were so invested. This is why they were so invested as well. This is their lane. This is all they know. These people are raising children, not necessarily her. These people are raising children, getting ABs, and knowing about Meg Thee Stallion, who she dating, when they dating, what he bought her, what she bought him, where they went, how long they were there, what was for dinner, where she get her nails from, who do her makeup. They are so engulfed in shit that doesn't matter about another fucking person, a person that they don't even know. I wouldn't say be all that engulfed in fucking Klay Thompson or any of the other basketball players. But if that's what your lane is, then that's what your lane is. That's why y'all can tell me about what Splash Brother means, about 11 minutes, stop and roll, or stop and drop, stop and shoot. Child, whatever y'all said, where he made the 60 points, okay? I can hear that. I can learn. I can understand. I can figure it out. Thanks to y'all for that. These people won't open their minds to nothing, though. They're just right. They're just right. She absolutely is milking it. Honestly, that's what she's supposed to do. To be perfectly honest with you, that's what she's supposed to do. So I can't even, get mad at that. But the disrespectful part is saying that Klay Thompson wasn't anybody until Meg Thee Stallion. Now that's ignorancy. She didn't even look into it. She didn't even look up who he was to even be able to know what the hell it is that she's talking about from the perspective of who the hell is Klay Thompson? We in America, most of us going to know who these people are. That's the other thing. She a tether. She's a tether. Somebody just said rugby a second ago. Isn't their football considered soccer? Soccer is considered their football. Name some soccer players. I don't know them. And name some soccer players, child. I don't know them. Child, I don't even know the soccer player. David Beckham, I do. David Beckham, I think he played soccer, and he got with the Ice Spice Girl, and not the Ice Spice Girl, the Spice Girls, whatever her name was. And so I would know David Beckham only because he was cute. Then he got married to her, and I was like, oh, they're so cute because I knew her from that. Right? I ain't gonna know no soccer players. I ain't gonna know no damn football players for them. Well, I know some football players. I'm not gonna know no soccer players. No boxers. None of that. Women aren't typically watching sports like that. They're just not. So how would you know? When I watched sports when I was younger and I was all into the Lakers, I knew Magic and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Byron Scott. I knew them all. When I was watching the Celtics, Ray John and Paul Pierce and Kevin Garnett. Ooh, Lord help your people, Kevin Garnett, child. Anyway, so yeah. So if it's not something that you are into, then you probably won't know it. So stop acting crazy, right? No, you can't. So she's capitalizing off of it for sure. But I feel like she was less disrespectful, honestly, in this video than she was the first one. If these people want to believe that Klay needed Meg to become global, who cares? These are people that are thought that Meg Thee Stallion was going to marry Klay Thompson. So they ain't got no sense any daggone way. And they're out here doing the most unnecessarily, dying on this sword, and will literally be, I'm telling you, it's coming. I'm telling you, about to lose their jobs, about to lose their livelihoods, all over some bullshit that don't matter at the end of the fucking day. Shout out to BT in the building. Thank you, Boo. He says she's right. NBA has a problem with views. They might. Again, something that I don't know, right? And again, these people, this is where their attention goes, which is cool. So they know saying, but the part is disrespectful is that Nene Leakes is more popular than Klay Thompson. That's disrespectful on this one though, child. Nene Leakes, she ain't even on the damn shows no damn more. I don't think anyway. They could say Kim Zolciak though, because she's still getting divorced from what's his name. And when Coy was gonna marry her, I was like, you big dummy. And so for this to happen in the way that they getting divorced, on a side note, I ain't got no sympathy for him because child, people told you, you'll be marrying that girl. Girl, what the hell? Anyway, he didn't SYCBM, y'all. I mean, not Coy. He didn't, he tried to turn a hoe into a housewife. That woman was sitting up there sleeping with a married man and doing whatever for a married man. He went and married her. Coy, child, whatever his name is. Fool. Let's go over here to Lexie, child. Poor Lexie. The sisters are not being nice to Leslie. Now, I thought y'all was sisters. Only when it's convenient? Only when they're doing and saying what it is that you want them to do? Okay, got it. So allegedly, the internet has said that the person that Klay was allegedly cheating with, and I'm going to toss out a lot of allegedlys, and please do so when y'all are speaking about this stuff too. So allegedly, Lexie is the woman that Klay was allegedly cheating on, because no one has confirmed anything. Everyone is crashing out over something that Meg Thee Stallion, a known liar, has said about her relationship, of which none of these people were a part of, but because they were so engulfed in her life and the internet, they just took on her trauma, because they all got trauma, because they all been cheated on, because they pick ain't shit niggas. Okay, shout out to you sassy chatty patties who are supposed to be cleaning up, because Funky Dineva told y'all that y'all need to have a conversation, because the problem with the black community is black men. Y'all are a cancer to the community. In case you missed that video, make sure you go watch it and hear what Funky has to say. Funky Dineva has to say about y'all. The fact that women are listening like that to a person that calls themselves funky is crazy to me, especially when he's talked so negatively about black women, but they can forgive all that. Shout out to Joe Biden. Anyway, so Lexie is saying that she's getting death threats. Now, y'all already know this is the foolishness of black women, that they will take this stuff so damn seriously. This is why I said that they're going to start losing jobs, because if you're doing this and you work, you crashing out over Meg Thee Stallion. You crashing out over somebody that you don't know, somebody that ain't even related to you. Like the video we watched yesterday, remember that that divester video where the white man took his wife or girlfriend out, whoever she was, and the parents came up there and they was devastated. Now, if they said something in that case, I could understand that. In that case, I could understand their child is deceased, on up out of here unnecessarily by her significant other, okay? But in this case, y'all, this is how much these people are engulfed with shit that doesn't matter, and that the most part is not even real. They got so much faith in these celebrity relationships instead of formulating the wherewithal to have your own relationship and do it properly and do it right. They would rather invest in something that is, for the most part, probably not even real. Have never spoke to these people once in life, will never speak to these people once in life. You might be lucky to get a picture at one point. So totally invested in something that doesn't make any sense. But maybe if you invested yourself into seeking help and knowing that you're fucked up in your fucked up head, that you're taking it this far, is crazy work. Let's just say that allegedly it is true that Klay did mess with child, what's her name? Child, whatever her name is. Just say that they did mess around against Meg, or not against her, but behind Meg's back, right? Just say that it is true, allegedly. So the fuck what? So the fuck what? And so you think that it makes sense in your pea-sized ass dumbism brain to go and threaten this daggone woman, of which it has to be in writing, yeah. It has to be in writing. It's probably in the DMs. It's probably on Twitter DMs, if that's a thing. And wherever else that this girl is at, it might be on the NBA site, if the WNBA site, if there is one. I don't know. How come it is not, somebody is not out here saying that this is ridiculous like Funky? Why ain't Funky out here saying you black women need to calm the fuck down over some shit that ain't your business, ain't your life, and you out here making decisions that could affect your fucking future over people that wouldn't spit on you because they don't know you if your ass was on fire? You can't tell these people anything. You see where their minds are, okay? And this is why SYSBM will get more popular and all the rest of those things. And this is why they don't want to deal with your black asses. I said that, I meant that. If you are one of these loons, and I said loons, who are out here crashing out and threatening this woman over your, so the idolatry of Meg the, hold on, pause. Let's go here. So this is the person that you're crashing out over. So this is the person that you are crashing out over. You think this is wife Wife materials, I promise you. I promise y'all. I swear to y'all. I have never in my life put my face in between another woman's boobs, even to take a shot. Never, ever, no way. And this is y'all's queen, your savior. Child, go back to Beyonce, child. At least go back and have Bae be your idol. Because this is ridiculous. And if this is what you think is going to get your asses married, if this is what you think is going to get your asses married, good luck to y'all. Good luck to y'all. That reminds me, I'm gonna get another video too when we're done with this. I got another video for y'all. I was gonna make a video, but we might as well do it live. Okay, we'll do it live. I need to get that. Oh my God, that's so funny. Anyway, so you don't want to listen to anybody. You got all the answers. You know everything, and then you turn around and blame black men for everything. And that is why Funky came out here and said that shit, because y'all are easily led by something so stupid and you fall for it, you believe it, and then you end up, that's why I keep telling y'all, like, another month is going by, another month is going by, we halfway through the year's almost over, we're 3/4 of the way through, because it's supposed to alert you to say, time is passing me by. What am I doing to improve my life, my situation with my kids? These people are people who will go around and say that this is cool. And listen to me when I tell you, I am not saying that these people cannot be married. I'm not saying that at all, because anything is possible, right? There's always somebody for everybody. Can you find that person is the issue. We just heard Meg Thee Stallion say yesterday out of her own mouth what we watched, where she said Klay is the nicest man that she has ever been with. He's so nice. He's so nice. Girl, what? So you didn't even have a requirement in your own dating fucking history while you was fucking all them niggas, allegedly. You didn't even have being good to you as one of the prerequisites before you decide to open them legs and take all that pleasure. That wasn't even one of your requirements, but somehow, some way, it's supposed to be the requirement of the person that's running up in you. Child, that's just not how it works. And this is why most of y'all be failing, because you listen to and watch and do shit like these two. You think this is what wives do? Okay, y'all. Whatever you say. Anyway, let me go ahead and get back here to see Lexie. That's her name. Shout out to the neighborhood talk. A WNBA player, Lexie Brown, calls out Klay Thompson and Meg Thee Stallion for not clearing her name in cheating rumors, but it was protect black women. Girl, ain't no protecting black. Let me say. Hold on. Who came up with protect black women? Black women did. Protect black women. Y'all don't protect yourselves. Y'all put yourself in these goofy ass, dumb ass situations, then turn around and think that everybody else supposed to come and crash out for your asses. Child, that's where I came in at on this here too. That's where I came in at on this here YouTube. Is when ninjas was crashing out over women they didn't even know, because some ninja that they chose to have in their life was knocking their heads between the daggone washer and dryer in public. They went to help. They got taken on out of here. And guess what the fuck happened afterwards? That man was laying there deceased, and she went on, and they went on home together and probably effed the night away. That's probably what happened. We've seen it too many times. Yeah, we don't see it as, I don't see it as much. Let me take it on the chin. I don't see it as much anymore, but when I first got on here, that's all I used to see. And I'd be like, do you even know that woman? Do you even know these people? Child, I ain't getting into none of y'all's business, child. The best you're going to get from me is to call it 911 and I'm leaving. I call the oppressor for y'all, but y'all, I'm leaving. I ain't looking. I ain't recording. I'm not checking. I'm out. When I see one of these crazy people, I'm crossing the street. I don't care. Call me a punk bitch. I don't give a fuck. The goal is to stay alive, okay? And too many people out here don't give a damn that they willing to say stuff like, I'm going to cheat first and ruin my relationship in support of Meg Thee Stallion. That's someone that's practicing dummism. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to threat Lexie, even though I don't even know that it's true. Those are people practicing dummism. I stay away from people who practice dummism because I'm not dumb. Again, nobody has heard anything except for Meg Thee Stallion to go and post something. They just run with it and believe it. A known liar. And for people saying that she don't lie, I ask you to go check out Gayle King interview. And then the admission, excuse me, the admission thereafter that she did lie. She said that on her live stream. That's all I can think of off the top of my head. I'm sure y'all might know the other times because I don't follow her because I don't give a fuck about her one way or the other. Now let's listen to Lexie, child. Unnecessarily brought up into this shit on the strength of freaking Meg Thee Stallion.
Me and Klay do know each other because we both play professional basketball. I would have considered him a friend. I do not know Meg Thee Stallion at all. You know, today, like I'm still the only person that has denied this entire situation of my involvement and claim that this is 100% false. And the fact that I'm still the only one that is defending my name, I have no idea how to process that. And that's the last thing that I'm like struggling to process, is that there's this massive outcry for protecting Black women and nobody has mentioned Lexie Brown's name in any of those conversations. I wouldn't have minded if either one of them came out and said it, because at the end of the day, they're the ones that are in the relationship. They're the ones that are dealing with this, and they're the ones who are communicating with each other. So one of them, if not both of them, know that it was not me. It could come from one of their teams. It could come from somewhere. The truth is over there somewhere. And I was expecting it to reveal itself from that side of it, the side that actually has the issue. Because again, I have no idea what is going on. I have no involvement. I've had no communication at all whatsoever during their relationship. So for them to just allow me to get dragged, for a lot of people to allow me to get dragged through the mud for, I don't know, it seems like 4 days now, knowing 100% what was being said was false, that surely somebody would step in and say, no, this is a lie. Please point your fingers somewhere else, or don't point them at all, but don't point them at Lexie. And by the time the game was over, it had not happened. And, you know, I said, you know what? I'll give it a little bit more time. Surely somebody that knows the truth, and that is almost everybody involved, knows that I was not involved in this situation at all, would surely step in and say something. And it didn't happen. I was getting threats on my life. I was getting threats on my health. My family started getting comments and threats from people. I've had to hire security to travel with me places. So it got to a point where I just was scared for myself. Me and Klay do know each other because we both play professional basketball. I would have considered him a friend. I do not know Meg Thee Stallion at all. You know, today, like I'm still the only person that has denied this entire situation of my involvement and claim that this is 100% false. And the fact that I'm still the only one that is defending my name, I have no idea how to process that. And that's the last thing that I'm like struggling to process, is that there's this massive outcry for protecting Black women and nobody has mentioned Lexie Brown's name in any of those conversations. I wouldn't have minded if either one of them came out and said it, because.
All right, I wanted it to play more again so that we can hear what she has to say, right? Let me acknowledge Jay. Thank you, Boo, for being a member for 31 months. Shout out to you. Shout out to all the channel members. I appreciate y'all. He says Meg the liar should be locked in a room barefoot with a floor full of Legos and those metal jacks that come with rubber ball. Oh, shout out to Jax. That is a blast from the past. You're so crazy. Thank you, Boo. I appreciate you. Shout out to all the channel members. Thank you so much for your support. Everyone that is here, please make sure you hit the like button. Subscribe if you are new. We got about 400 people between both of the live streams. Thank y'all so much for being here. Hit the like button. Go ahead and subscribe. Shout out to Anthony Allen in the building. Thank you, Boo. Good morning, beautiful, peace and blessings. Thank you, hon. I appreciate you. Shout out to BT with another 5. Thank you, hon. He said, I would not be surprised if this was a publicity stunt for attention and record sales like Jay and Beyonce. Well, that would make sense if Meg had an album, but we will get to her in a second. I don't know if that's what it is. But the relationship, I'm thinking what PBL said might be right, in order to conjure up, to clean up her image, because she's allegedly not doing too well in the album sales, right? And I don't think she has an album out. Remember, she's doing that Moulin Rouge. Let me rephrase. She quit doing that Moulin Rouge because of a breakup, which is half damn crazy. But, you know, she can't handle her own life, clearly, meaning Meg Thee Stallion. But as far as Lexie is concerned, right? Let me just first say that I don't think that it is Meg Thee Stallion's responsibility to speak on Lexie. Okay, first and foremost, Meg has nothing to do with this. See, I can be fair. This is not about her, right? Secondly, Lexie got to understand that there is no sisterhood, because I promise you, the only people that are going and bothering her are women, specifically Black women, because they are so invested, which we just talked about a second ago. They're so invested in reality TV, reality people, the rappers and stupid stuff like that, that in their minds, this makes sense. They're now allegedly protecting. First, it was solidarity, and they're going to go cheat first. That was solidarity. And now it's support that we're going to go ahead and go to the woman that may or may not even be the person that Klay cheated with, because let's we not forget, nobody said Lexie except for somebody who made it up on the internet. Klay hasn't said nothing. Meg hasn't said nothing. Somebody on the internet conjured up Lexie's name and put her into it. And I promise you it was somebody Black, and probably a Black woman, to just say, here you go, this is what happened. Now these blogs, if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe somebody pointed out the fact that Klay don't follow her and she don't follow him, something like that. People that have time to do that, I always find that amazing. However you can figure out that somebody don't follow somebody anymore, they allegedly looked into that and are using that as the reasoning as to why Lexie is the person, okay? Again, I don't know nothing about how to do that shit, because, child, that's more of the idolatry as far as I'm concerned. You are so invested in celebrities, Z-list celebrities, and rappers that you're trying to figure out who unfollowed who, when, where, how, and why. And that's the smoking gun to make a determination that you're going to go and threaten somebody, threaten their lives, threaten their families, and potentially fuck your shit up, because that's what's going to happen. Because she should be calling the police, of course, or reporting it to the book, the twit, the tube, whoever she needs to report it to, and let the authorities know so that they can go ahead and do something about it. And even the NBA, the WNBA, my bad, the WNBA, so that they can do something about it. And then they come knocking on y'all's door. We don't want to hear no complaints. We don't want to hear no complaints, because you take shit too damn far all the damn time. This makes no sense. Again, the only person that has spoken, except for Klay did type something in somebody's twit. But the only person that's spoken is Meg Thee Stallion, and y'all just going over a cliff for that 304 with no proof whatsoever. And somebody now made up Lexie. And Lexie, let me give you a little bit of advice. Don't try to cover anything off with the internet. It's never going to work. It's never going to work. Coming to apologize to the internet, that shit don't work either. Stand on what you say and keep it moving. You can acknowledge that you was wrong, not her or whoever. Excuse me. If you can acknowledge that you're wrong and accept and take accountability, child, I messed that up. My bad, y'all. My bad, y'all. I say that plenty of times. That's all you're going to get around here. I'm not begging the internet for shit. Fuck you bitches, okay? Because I know it's y'all. Child, you in my comments. I know it's y'all. Because y'all need a savior so damn bad. Y'all need somebody that you could look up to so damn bad. You need somebody that you can say, yeah, I want to be just like her so damn bad. Why? You need to be looking at that. You need to be getting some mental health help, honestly. You don't threaten this woman based off of what somebody said on the internet, nothing more. Not even Meg, and definitely not Klay. Somebody, just some random person. And then you saw that somebody unfollowed somebody, so that's the smoking gun with no proof. So you're going to issue death threats. Off of that. And how does that help your life? How does that enhance your life? How does that make your life better? How does that help you move forward? How does that help your kids? How does that help your family? when your ass be going to jail or getting a felony charge or something like that, remember this conversation. Remember, let's see if Meg comes and helps y'all. Let's see if Meg comes and helps y'all. I'm sure she's going to come and post y'all's bail. I'm sure she's going to come and speak up for you at your trial. I'm sure she's going to do all that for all of y'all that take shit too damn far. Y'all remember when that AKA, that ACA, said she was voting for Republicans, her ACA friends and brothers and brethren and Boule, some of them was threatening her too, threatening to delete her, take her on up out of here. But black people always want to talk about what white people do. Child, y'all do the same thing. Y'all do the same exact thing, but you try to act like you don't. You try to act like you absolved, and you doing it over people you don't even know. You doing it over this person right here. Pause. Hold on. You crashing out and effing up potentially effing up your life and your livelihood over this? Over this? Ooh, child. And what you think, and where's that gonna get you? And where is that going to get you? That's what I'm trying to understand. What's that going to do for your life? Because y'all know damn well, y'all, and I'm talking to y'all, they still going to go over there to her page. They still going to follow her. They still going to wild out for her while 1 second talking about protect black women and the sisterhood. Ain't no sisterhood. Lexie now got to learn the hard way that there is no sisterhood because black women don't give a fuck about other black women, especially if you got something that they want. I said that. I meant that all women, actually. But we talking about the colored community today. I know. I'm sure it's a white supremacist talking point. I know. I'm the queen of white supremacist talking points, child. You already know. Because I'm the problem. Whilst these people are threatening whole ass adults, professional people who ain't doing nothing but they damn job. And just say that they are, like seriously, let's just say that they are allegedly having an affair. So the fuck what? That's their business. That's their problems. That's their issues. And they got to figure it out, and they got to deal with it, and they got to figure out what they need to do in order to move the fuck on. That still don't change the nigga that cheated on you. That don't change nothing for you, because most of this is trauma bonding, y'all. I'm telling you. Most of this they can relate to, because none of this has riled me up except for the fact that they was trying to act like Meg did something for Klay as far as his status is concerned. And I'm not even riled up about it. It's just the delusion for me. Delusional AF. For what? Imagine if the colored community spent this much time, energy, and effort into improving themselves, their livelihood, put it into not becoming single baby moms, putting it into actually taking the time to get to know a man instead of being so hot in the ass that you effing him and then you end up with a kid and then you find out who he is. Because according to Funky, black women are absolved. Who the fuck is doing this? Ain't no men out here calling up Lexie or DMing Lexie to threaten her. And if they are, you know what they are, Funky Daniva? A, B, C, D. Say I'm lying. Any man that's doing that is A, B, C, D. So it sounds like you need to take some accountability for your people, Funky. It sounds like you need to take accountability for your people, Funky, because you said you was absolved. You politely Homer Simpson your ass on up out of that conversation. Even though you're a black man, you made sure to take yourself out of it. So now put yourself back into it. Since the girls, as y'all want to call them, are wilding the fuck out, get them together, child. Get them together, child. How come he not doing that? Anybody think he gonna do that? You think he gonna come out here and say, now listen, black women, y'all need to get it together and leave this woman alone because she's our sister. She's black too. And we shouldn't be threatening her over some mess that we don't even really know that she's involved in. We cannot do this to her. And even if she was involved in it, that's taking it a step too far. Where's that message at, Funky? Where's that message at, Funky, since you so in charge of the black girls? No, you're not going to do that? Okay. But to sit up here and blame straight black men to be the problem for the whole community, being the cancer of the whole community, this sounds like a cancerous situation if you ask me. Blind threats to people that look like you, because y'all be the same ones coming up in this fucking comment section talk about, All you do is talk about people that look like you. Who the fuck I'm supposed to talk about? We the ones that got the issue. We the ones about to be worth nothing by 2053. We the ones allowing these kids to be out here wilding the fuck out. We the ones, and I use the term we lightly, we the ones that's sitting up here big up in a person that does 304 activities saying that that's a wife, and people who are actually wives, you want to call them names, calling them a pick-me, ass backwardness, dummism, all and throughout. But y'all love to work with the dummism because that's the easy thing to do and it requires no responsibility. Then that's why you think that somebody's supposed to give you something, give you a job. Put this energy into your job search. Put this energy into finding a relationship and working through some shit with a man. Put this type of energy into figuring out what to do with your gremlin ass, bastard ass kids. How about that? No, no. All right. I guess it's just me. Keep putting your energy and effort into Meg Thee Stallion, Klay Thompson, and Lexie Brown, I believe her last name is. And again, when them threats come out in the open and people be diming y'all out, because she ain't stupid. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that Lexie ain't stupid since she's trying to let y'all know she's being nice. She being nicer than me because I wouldn't have said shit and the oppressor would be called immediately. Ain't nobody got time for y'all stupid shit. Y'all want to be dumb and have a felony behind it, okay? Be dumb and have a felony behind it and see what jobs you get thereafter. Because who's losing jobs more than anyone else? Bueller? Who is losing jobs more than anyone else? Bueller? But y'all sassy straight, you know that's your fault too. Y'all know that's your fault too. So go ahead and make it easier to lose your job by coming out here and threatening. Lose your relationship by coming out here saying that you're going to cheat, even though this has nothing to do with you. Fuck your relationship up. Then they're still going to blame y'all. Okay, don't get it twisted because everything is y'all's fault. It's y'all, it's Anton, and it's Trump. Y'all can rule the world. I don't know what the fuck y'all doing. Sassies, get it together, okay? Shout out to Ace Gates. Thank you, boo. He says, let's see Ratchet Red. Shake it one more again. Child. Hold on, I can't with this heifer too. But this is what y'all big up for the community. This is what y'all would rather put energy and effort into, and then say that this is the definition of a wife. These two, for y'all's colored community, you can have it. For my colored community, no, we not having this shit. No, we believe in wives and marriages and normal people who don't be this involved in celebrity, quote unquote, Z-list and NBA players and sports players' lives like this. It makes no sense whatsoever. But keep doing you. Let's see how that works out for ya. And Lexie, we support you, child. Whatever it is that you're doing, do your thing. Let's go over here to Meg's Instagram because someone at PBL had mentioned in her video that we watched that Megan is becoming an influencer, and she's right. So I guess Meg Thee Stallion, because the music ain't musicking allegedly anymore. Shout out to Reaper in the building. Because the music isn't musicking anymore, she's allegedly becoming an influencer. So remember the white guy that I show ever so often where he was like, this is normal people getting into a car, and then this is how influencers do it. That's what she's doing. And what she's doing is she's selling shit to people. And I'm sure that the stars are buying it hook, line, and sinker. Because I was filtering through, okay? Because they had said that she stopped or she took all of the child. This body is bodying though, child. Look at them boobs. You go, girl. That she took all of the Klay stuff off. So I don't know, but it don't look like ain't no Klay here no more, which is fine, whatever. Y'all spend the time to go through and be taking people's fucking stuff off of your Instagram. She must hire somebody to do that, child. Who got time? Who got time to go through all this shit to be removing some shit? Anyway. So I was like, let's see what's going on. So she's supposed to be Zidler in the Moulin Rouge, right? And she couldn't finish it. She couldn't finish her commitment, which shows and proves that she does not fully commit. Okay? She can't even finish her job that she committed to. So she had to quit, allegedly. She couldn't do her job, y'all, right? But she could do this. She couldn't do her job, but she could do this. Let's make sure that we don't lose sight of this, because this is to prove that she's outside. And this was after the breakup, but also after she said she couldn't finish her stint on Broadway. So this is what we doing? Not we. Come on, you StreamYard. Damn, hold on, y'all. It's just so stupid. It's a pain in the ass. Hold on. So this is 3 weeks ago, approximately. Big up. So according to PBL, this is what she's doing now.
Okay, so
Influencer.
happy Easter. Me and Kellen are about to eat a Louis Vuitton chocolate egg purse. You said, can I pick it up? Get your damn phone.
Put it there.
You? I did. This is what it looked like. This is serious. Okay.
I've been melting this house.
Now, I would hope she's not doing this for free for Louis Vuitton. So this is probably, I don't know if you call it a sponsor, an ad or whatever, to encourage people. She's influencing. She's influencing.
I don't know how to grab this motherfucker out of here.
Crack it. Cracked it.
Oh, fuck!
Manhandling the damn bag.
Manhandling the damn bag. Okay, well, let's taste the handle.
Your hands clean?
What is this?
White chocolate.
White chocolate.
Is this due to ABCD? I'm gonna go out on a limb and say he's an ABCD.
It's not bad. Very peculiar.
You do that.
I busted both the motherfucking handles off.
So
bitch.
nice.
Oh my God, I'm tearing this bitch up. Okay, so much detail. Bitch, Bear's got money. You buying chocolate, Louis Vuitton purses. Oh! They might got this, I don't know.
You was gonna really try to unzip it.
Do I break it open? Like, it looked like it open.
Go ahead.
You think so?
Okay.
That's the inside.
Chocolate. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I like how they did that.
Dip. Okay.
All right, I'm not about to sit here and watch all this. This is influencing. So now I'm sure the link was in the bio when this was out, and then y'all should go buy this for Easter. Nah. Now, how much you think this egg costs? Now, how much y'all think this Louis Vuitton egg, and these dummies probably was out there buying it. These dummies was probably out there buying it. So this what she doing? This what she doing, y'all? Her and her ABCD bestie.
I'm so excited. Popeyes has collaborated with One Piece, one of my favorite animes ever. And a lot of these items, y'all are not going to be able to get anywhere. And my Popeyes in my...
This is where the rap career has come. With one rapper, she homeless and about to have a second long-term trimester AB. And this one is now doing Popeyes influencing.
I have my own Popeyes, and it's the first Popeyes, the only Popeyes in Miami who has this One Piece collab. Like, let's see what's in it. Okay. So we got, okay, hold on. And it's just the Popeyes collab box, okay? Okay, next we have this keychain. Super cute. Okay, definitely going on one of my Birkins.
Definitely going on one of my Birkins. Child, she ain't putting that ugly little thing on a Birkin bag. Child, she probably advertised for them too.
Okay.
This ugly ass shirt with that ugly ass thing on that ugly ass shirt.
They gave me an extra one because bitch, I got friends. Okay, and honestly, that was all that was in the box. Like, I was looking for more stuff, but I'm very satisfied with everything that I have. And I'm keeping this super cute treasure chest, and I don't know if I'm gonna keep jewelry in here or maybe money or I don't know. I feel like this is probably gonna be my new jewelry box, but super cute. I'm super happy about this. Now, let's get into the food.
Super cute, super happy. Ain't that what the influencers say? This is super cute. I'm super happy. Is this how she talks regularly, child? I would not know.
Yeah. Okay, so it comes with chicken, gum lemonade. I'm super excited to try this because what the hell do gum lemonade?
I'm super excited. Gum lemonade. I'm super excited. Is this not what influencers do, y'all? So you've gone from the top, one of the most wonderful rappers ever, to advertising for Popeyes.
Is this about to turn my knees even more elastic than they already are? Like, this is really good, but I cannot describe it. Like, it's given like a berry. Obviously it tastes fruity.
So she out here, a big boy said can't get away from the stereotype. So she gonna take any old brand and get on out here. She is an influencer now. Former rapper, current influencer. And them boobs is boobing, child. You go, girl. I ain't never said she don't look good, child. I ain't never say that. But how the mighty have fallen, and the people don't even realize it.
But I gotta taste the chopper cupcake. I don't know, that lemonade was real good. I can't describe you what fruit that is. Like, it's some type of berry, but it's not something I could describe. It's not something that I've tasted before. Like, I don't know, but I like that. I definitely will be sipping that for the rest of the night. Okay, so this is the chopper cupcake. It smells like strawberry. Oh, bitch, not as soft. Okay, that's a strawberry cake.
This is something that people can afford to do, though. Run on over to Popeyes and get some chicken and a treasure chest, and I'm assuming more so than that damn Louis Vuitton egg. How much you think that egg cost?
Chicken bento box. Okay, it comes strapped up. You gotta unstrap it.
You gotta unstrap your chicken now.
Inside mine is a thigh and a leg. I don't know why I smell my food before I eat it all the time. I mean, bitch, Popeyes. But I don't know if you can see this motherfucker still smoking. Ooh. Popeyes do it for me. Damn. I don't know. I don't know if it's because I'm extra hungry. But something about this.
Girl, okay. Prepare that boob on the right.
Okay. Damn, I used my fork for my dessert first.
Girl, lick that shit and put it in there.
Found another one.
Girl, you ain't that bougie.
Throw me a little red beans and rice on the side. Not the plastic still on me. To be honest, Popeyes Corporation, if y'all really want to turn this up, put a little bit of red beans and rice on the side. I'm pretty sure Loopy would love a little red beans and rice.
Who the hell is Luffy?
Get my lipstick. Oh, God.
Her lipstick do be lipsticking, though.
2-piece chicken, mac and cheese, gum lemonade. You might turn into Luffy.
Who the hell is Luffy, and how many calories is in all that?
After you eat the chopper cupcake, and you get all kind of prizes and surprises. And if you're in Miami, you can only get it at my Popeyes first. Bye. Okay, y'all.
There you
I'm
go.
so excited.
All right.
Popeyes
You listen to the whole thing because it's chicken, and you know how I feel about chicken. Call me colored. I don't care. But all right, Luffy is an anime character. All right, y'all. I don't know anime. So should I start squawking and getting on here talking about Megan Stallion made anime famous? I would look crazy. Okay. I know anime is a thing, it's just not my thing. So if you think that these heifers went out there and got this big ass box and got their food in it, child, this was crazy. She is an influencer now. She definitely is an influencer now. Shout out to Meg for getting her next deal, or Rock Nation for getting her the deal. But like somebody said a second ago, we don't need chicken to be sold, child. We gonna eat some chicken. I'm gonna eat some chicken. Now I don't eat fried chicken like I used to no more. I want to know what the calorie count is. She ain't saying none of that. So she's helping to promote bad eating. Thanks for the influence, girl. But even though those people wasn't gonna sit up there and give a damn about their health any daggone way. Allegedly.
The racism that you're experiencing and the struggle to make ends meet actually means the diet don't work for you the same.
Because that's the problem. Shout out to my fave. He said all that food smacking not good for galas. Yeah, that too, child. That too. But she definitely seems to be in the influencing game.
Clear for landing.
This one is for Walmart. My, how the mighty have fallen. This one's for Walmart.
Making to Walmart, the hotties have landed. Welcome to Hot Girl Universe.
Who's a hot dog?
Houston, we have a hottie. Hot Girl Universe, only at Walmart.
Clear for landing.
Hottie Universe is at Walmart. Got it, sis. Ciao. Come on, body, though.
Oh, bitch, I look dumb. No top lip. All right.
For real.
For real. When that boy come in. All right.
For real.
What you gonna say?
You're like, what's up?
Yeah, all right. So is this her ABCD friend, child? I'm gonna assume that this is her ABCD friend. Bojangles. Oh my God, I haven't heard that name in so long. That chicken was good down in South Down Carolina, child. So this is her ABCD.
Fuck you.
There you go. Stills. Hotties to the front. Get to Walmart. All right. It's hottie summer, child. All right. I guess it's a bathing suit advertisement, I guess. Hotties, make sure to watch me in the new movie Roommates, out now on Netflix. So they can go ahead and make that number one. Okay. She on Netflix. I didn't know that. Just FYI, in case y'all didn't know and you wanted to go support. She on Netflix. We be learning around here. I was about to say, at least she ain't got no makeup on, but she does. Child, is she about to get blue? Well, she been blue-faced allegedly. She gonna put some stuff on her face too. Look at all these damn tattoos. She got everything on here. Miss Tina Knowles likes it. So, sassies, are y'all gonna marry Meg Bueller? Which one of y'all is gonna marry Meg? She need a nice, good man. She want to get married because she wants to have 5 kids. Lest we not forget that. She said that. She said that. Y'all gonna go ahead and marry her and have 5 kids? Go on. She available. She try and get married. Nice and simple. I like it. Look like a big girl. Oh, I guess this is her character. Oh, okay. Oh, she in jail? Shout out to Adam Sandler. Gotcha. This is like Orange is the New Black.
What's up, y'all? It's your girl, Megan Stallion, aka the Hot Girl Coach, and Sadie Sandler. And right now, we're about to do Choose Your Roommate.
Okay, Regina George or Draco Malfoy?
Draco.
Regina George?
What?
You want to be roommates with a Slytherin?
Regina George feels like she's meaner.
Draco gonna hit you with that wand in your sleep.
Okay.
Like, girl, get it together. Ooh, Wednesday, Adams,
11. 11.
So she's gonna do the whatever the fuck this is, which is influencer stuff with Adam Sandler's wife. Well, at least she's hanging out with a wife. Hopefully she talked to the wife about what she can do to hopefully find a husband. That would make more sense. But we know these people don't do stuff that makes sense. I don't want to hear this. Let me acknowledge RBN. Thank you, boo. I absolutely hate that black women take fashion choices from men who cosplay as women. That's why Funky can say all that shit about y'all, because ain't nobody gonna correct his ass. Ain't nobody gonna say nothing against what he said. And I mean, I do it, but nobody of significance really is going to say anything, and just allow them to say anything until they come back and say something they don't like, and then it's going to be all this fake outrage, and I'm gonna be sitting here with the popcorn saying, child, that's a mess. Even though he's already said many a disparaging thing against black women, but they can quickly absolve all of that, as we already know, and we've seen over and over and over again.
You got more questions, but I tell you, if you have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, and you ain't black.
SMD in the building. Thank you, boo. He said a little coffee fund for the talk, castrated male horse cry baby. Thank you, boo. He said the hood loves their twerk general. She thought she found a simp sucker. Abso-fucking-lutely. And everybody, or let me see, all the people who try to act like that's not what it was, that's why y'all mad and crashing out, because you finally wanted to be able to say, see, black women do get married. See, black women do get married. I'm telling you, trauma bonding over fucking cheating, child. Thank you, boo. I appreciate you. Shout out to Reaper. Thank you, boo. He said, RIP Sky King. Have you watched the doc? Hit the like button. I have no idea what that means. I don't even know who that is, if that's a person. Child, I'll be watching Sex and the City and Survivor. That's it. I just started watching Martin. That's it. Abbott Elementary. That's it. I'm just saying. All right.
Attention, hotties. NYX Professional Makeup has gone by. This is not a drill. NYX Professional Makeup has gone by.
Now hold up. I know y'all ain't think NYX was going body without the body, did you? Meet Caramel Mommy Body.
Yeah, cut that music.
Dripping in caramel, dripping in confidence.
Another advertisement. Shout out to influencers influencing. Okay, they can deny it all they want to. Make your money, Maggie. Make your money, girl. I don't know what this is. Cheetos. Oh, she got a Cheetos endorsement. She is doing that damn thing. Now she got Cheetos. So she gonna take any and everything. Any and everything. Oh, she changed the nail color. Cheetos dill pickle crunchy. Work. Somebody gonna say that man was jealous. Klay Thompson is jealous of a girl who's doing fried chicken, who's doing Louis Vuitton Easter eggs and Cheetos. Child, these people just be saying any old thing, child. They don't even realize that their rapper is failing as a rapper. All right. Oh, this is when she was telling everybody that she was done with Moulin Rouge. So anybody who bought a ticket expecting to see Meg, she said, fuck y'all, you'll get over it. Don't ask for a refund because they ain't giving y'all none. They say you'll be all right if she decides, or if they decide that she's gonna have a concert, holla at her there. Other than that, they can shut the F up. All right. So yeah, so that's what's going on as far as this heifer is concerned. They're still carrying on about it. It's still all Klay's fault. There's still nothing being proven. Klay still ain't said shit. Lexie out here trying to get Lexie. You're not gonna get, if you wanted to get Meg or Klay to say something for you, then you should have went to them directly and not get on the internet. That's my 2 cents on that. All right. Coming to the internet just gives them more fuel to their fire. They think that they're having an effect. And unfortunately, they'll probably come after you even more. So get the oppressor on the line, child, because I don't know what to tell you, because the internet do not care. That's how I look at it. The internet is not for the weak, y'all. The internet is not for the weak. Thank you, boo. He said Sky King was an airport worker who stole a Bombardier Q400 turboprop from Seattle Tacoma International Airport. Did a couple of barrel rolls. Is this real life or is this a joke? Like, Sky King was an airport worker. Okay. All right, y'all. See, I don't be knowing nothing about that. All right. I hate to do it, y'all. I hate to do it, but we got to do it. Boise is back. Okay. So Boise had something to say about this situation, and I wanted to hear what he had to say. It says, would you marry Meg Thee Stallion? As a question. Now, knowing how Boise is, he gonna stumble all over his teeth and get on my damn nerves, and I'm gonna have to shut this shit down. I got one more video for y'all. Oh no, I gotta find the other video. If y'all here, I'm here. Shout out to 408. Y'all hit the like button for me. Subscribe if you are new. Boise poses the question, would y'all marry Meg Thee Stallion? Gentlemen, would you marry Meg Thee Stallion? Tell the truth, shame the devil.
Come in and talk to you guys. This morning, I'm actually on the ship, and that's what the sunrise looks like. And I hope everybody's feeling good today.
Oh, now I'm mad. Now I'm jealous. Boise is out on the open seas. Boise is out on the open sea. Oh no, this jackass. There's Skinny Boy. Shout out to Skinny Boy. We was already talking about your city or your state, boo. You missed it.
So I was asking this question. I asked this question in a poll because I was curious to know what men thought. You know, without any pretext. I didn't give any opinion or any whatever. I just asked the men. I said, would you marry Megan Thee Stallion? And why would you ask that question? You say, well, why would a finance professor ask a question like that? Well, because years ago I wrote a book called Financial Lovemaking, and it was all about relationships and money and how money drives relationships, how relationships affect money. For example, divorce is a massive wealth killer. Also, money tends to make men, on average, according to the research, it makes men more attractive, right? And there are some people who go to the extreme of literally saying, if you have money, I'll sleep with you no matter what. And so I put a simple poll up, and I said, would you marry Megan Thee Stallion? Because I saw a lot of people having that conversation. And I don't know if this was the majority or not, but there were some loud voices on the internet who felt that Klay Thompson, the basketball player, that he had fumbled the ball by breaking up with Megan and stuff like that. And I remember kind of thinking, did he really fumble the ball? I don't know. Or did he just get what he wanted and move on? And when I took the poll, it was interesting. 86% of the
did he get what he wanted and moved on?
men, 86% of the respondents said that they would not marry her. Now, I don't know if everybody was a man. I could not stop that. But I do know that the overwhelming majority said no. There were 13-14% who said yes. I asked the people who said yes. I particularly asked them.
Did y'all answer the question? Would y'all marry Meg? I know a few of y'all did. Sassy Straights, Sassy Krabby Patties, according to Funky. Would you marry Meg Thee Stallion? Would you take her home to your mom? Have kids with her?
I said, can you explain? Like, tell me what your thought process is, because I'd like to understand that. So anyway, here's what's so funny, right? Hey, Mia, how are you? So what's so funny is that there were people who got mad at me for just asking the question. I didn't even give an answer. I didn't say this is what I think, or nobody should marry Megan. I didn't say that. I just said, I said, would you marry her? You know, just based on what you know. We don't know her personality, but we do know what she does for a living. We know what her position is. And I find it really interesting that there are people, women I know, who got really offended. You know, who really feel, and I'm not disrespecting them at all. I'm just saying it was really interesting to me. They got really offended. Like, why are you judging? And it ain't right for you to judge. And I kind of find it interesting because everybody gets judged, right? When I was 25 years ago, before anybody knew who I was, I tried online dating, and I had a lot of women send me very polite emails where they said, "Thank you for your inquiry, but I'm sorry, but I don't date men under 6 feet tall." Right? Because in case you don't know, I'm 5'8". It is what it is, right? I have money and stuff, so that makes up the gap. Like literally, I had women that judge me, from the beginning, where they judge and say, he doesn't have enough swag, or whatever, right? Because some people think you're a nerd if you're.
See, this is what gets on my nerves with this man. He babbles. Like, get to the fucking point, sir.
Study all the time. That's what I was. Hard thing happens all the time. Why is it wrong to judge a person that you're thinking about being with? Do you think that the lack of judgment might actually be our problem? Maybe when you look at Black wealth declining. The reason Black wealth is declining is because Black marriages are declining, Black relationships are declining, Black families are declining. Do you understand the connection? Let me know if you get this. I want to make sure you get this.
He's right. He's absolutely right. But you can't tell these birds this stuff because they're too busy listening to funky Dinevas and choosing ninjas that don't make no damn sense and allowing them to be raised by them and do whatever the hell it is that they want. So they turn into the assholes that are attacking and being a menace to society. But nobody wants to hear that. That comes back from that documentary that we watched and somebody else brought up recently, where you asked the people back in the 60s that was single moms talking about, do you want to marry your baby daddy? And only one girl had the courage. If we remember, we just recently watched that. Only one girl had the courage to say that she wanted to marry her baby daddy because the rest of them looked at her funny, like she shouldn't want to do that. And I've said that 1,000,001 times, is that these heifers is out here listening to other heifers and putting their livelihood in the hands of other heifers and are sitting up there losing out on shit that they know damn well that they want. And that is absolutely the main reason for marriage, is so that you can build fucking wealth. But you can't tell these people shit. And for kids. The two main reasons to be married, in my opinion, is to build wealth and for family to have kids. That might not be anybody else's reasons, but I'm telling you, those are the main reasons right there. Because you need two parents to raise children, and you need fucking money. And when you pool money together, you're gonna have more opportunity than if you're just doing it by yourself. Argue with your mom. Shout out to Juan Solo up in here. He said, "Great value, Mr. Clean the fuck out of here." I'm trying to hear what this ninja got to say. I'm trying to give him a chance. He just runs off at the mouth too much, but at least he got hold of them teeth. So I'm proud of him for that. Thank you, boo. He said, boys love pain. He get his head Brazilian. Goodbye, sir. I can't with you. I can't take y'all. Come on, Boise.
It's because a lot of people don't understand why a finance professor would talk about dating or relationships. Well, because Black wealth is directly connected to Black relationships. It's all connected. When families, all the studies show that strong families build wealth better than broken families. So when you have a whole community full of broken families, then you're not going to ever build wealth in a community of broken families. I just want to tell you, baby mamas don't build wealth typically. Baby daddies don't build wealth typically.
Correct.
Families with a mother, father, and healthy children that are working hard, that builds families. Okay. Now here's the deal. So with the Megan thing, what's interesting is I was looking at the comments, and I read the biology. I just researched it, and this is what I kind of already knew from books I've read, is that men and women evaluate each other on different criteria. For men, it might be youth and beauty on average.
You can't tell them that either. It's the same. Like I understand that it's boys, y'all, but let's just take a second. This is what I'm saying. We got to listen to people that we wouldn't necessarily listen to most of the time. What he's saying from his monetary perspective is absolutely correct. And what he just said is that men look at who they want to be with from one perspective, and women look at a different perspective. And women don't seem to want to understand that just because you think it's okay, don't mean that he thinks that it's okay. And that's what they're not getting. It's the same fucking conversation. And what pisses me off is that no matter how many times you say it, these heifers going to still do what they're going to do. That's why it's just dummism, and we just going to watch it crash out. He's absolutely right. He's not saying anything different than Kevin Samuel said. These people would rather be baby fucking moms and then be put upon and say that it's somebody else's fault that you decided to have unprotected sex, because we determine who has sex with us, period. Outside of grape and essay, we determine that. So if we're not going to say, nah, you got to wear a condom, or I'm going to be on the pill, or I'm going to get this, that, and the third so I don't get pregnant, and then you end up with somebody that you really didn't know, because we know that people aren't getting to know one another. This woman is crashing out, meaning Meg, over an 8-month relationship. An 8-month relationship. I'm not saying that somebody shouldn't know if they want to spend more time with somebody or not at the 8-month mark. But y'all, you're still getting to know one another by 8 months. And if you're annoying as fuck, and you also don't know nobody until you get into an argument or there's a problem with money.
Women, it might be status and money, things like that. It doesn't mean that it doesn't mean that that's definitive, but that tends to be the trend. So the other thing that's interesting too is I think that there were people who say, well, why would you judge her based on her body count, the number of men she's been with? Because I saw a lot of men who said, well, she slept with all these rappers. I don't want to be the woman who slept with a whole bunch of rappers. And then they made a really interesting comparison. Tell me what you think about this. They compared it to Taylor Swift. And they show that Taylor Swift's about to get married, and she has, she slept with a lot of different guys, right? She has a lot of different boyfriends in her track record.
Let me shout out to y'all if you watch the Dana video, because she crazy too. I got another Dana video, but the difference also between Taylor Swift and most of Black women is that Taylor Swift is allegedly settling. Technically, isn't Taylor Swift settling, y'all? Because she is a billionaire with a B, and Travis is a millionaire with a M. So she got a lot more money. Now, what Black women do, y'all know, for the most part, I said for the most part, is going to go and deal with a man that makes less money than them. Bueller, answer the question seriously. Who? Is there a lot? Is there a lot of them, or do we hear you got to make $5 million? You got to do as much as me. You got to own a business. You got to do this. You got to do that. You got to do this. You got to do that. You got to do this. You got to do that. Am I lying? None. Damn, not all of them. I don't give a fuck. I'm included. I don't give a fuck about that. Oh, Lord help your people. But yeah, so all you hear, just like that Snoop looking girl over there on Daily Wrap Up Crew talking about Bobby got a bag. Bobby got a bag. That's all they talk about. Rihanna also, shout out to Rihanna. Thank you, boo, for mentioning Rihanna. Rihanna is a billionaire. They don't like to talk about her. She with ASAP. and it's an ASAP, right? And he is probably a millionaire allegedly. Probably, right? They don't want to acknowledge that. These are people that decided that they want to be with the people that they love. So obviously, you got to include love in there for the most part, for women anyway. And that's included with the monetary value and the raising of the family. And they over there happy, doing their thing. Taylor Swift, I'm sure they're gonna. Let me not say I'm sure. I don't know, child, because we about to be into another football season. They ain't set no date. But who got mad when Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce got engaged? Child, they might just bust out and say they already married and didn't want all the hoopla. But who got mad at white people getting married? Like, why would black women give a fuck about Taylor Swift, getting married and settling? Mad because the black woman who couldn't read the room was settling and paying for shit, but out here running off at the mouth acting like she wasn't. Running off at the mouth acting like she had something and was flexing and lying to y'all. See, y'all don't even see, this be the problem, you hating hoes. You don't even know when someone is lying to you. You don't even know when something is performative to you. You want to believe this shit so bad, which shows and proves yet again that you really do want the same men that you are allowing Funky Dineva to talk negatively about, and you will go along with it because you think that that's endearing. You think that that is going to make somebody say, yes, let me go pick one of them up right now, as y'all sit up here and support that shit. Again, fighting against your own interests because you too busy trying to be a part of a sisterhood that don't exist, as proven today by Lexie Brown, because the sisters, I'm gonna go out on a limb and I'm not even gonna say allegedly, the sisters is out there threatening that woman for a fucking internet rumor that has not even been proven to be true, and none of the players have said a damn word. And this is why y'all continue to have the same issues over and over and over again, child. It actually needs to be studied. It actually needs to be studied. It's crazy. It's crazy that you can see the same thing happening over and over and over again, and then you still do the same things over and over and over again. That is called insanity. That is called insanity. Make asylums great again, child. Juan Solo. If you get married at all, aren't you settling? If who get married at all? It's Taylor Swift. I mean, I feel as though they should have got married in the off season from last year. Me personally, since they've been engaged. When people be engaged for forever, I don't think they get married, in my opinion. I don't think they get married. And guess what? Just imagine if somebody found out that Taylor Swift bought her own ring. So the fuck what? She a billionaire with a B. So the fuck what? So the fuck what? But black women will take that and be like, she had a buy. I'm sure he taking care of business in other places and spaces enough that she's still over there dancing like she do. Shout out to my fave. He said Oprah settled back in the 80s to Stedman. You know what? You know what? You're absolutely right, because clearly Oprah is a billionaire as well. Child, there's a lot of women billionaires. Honestly, when you look at it, shout out to Oprah. I know y'all don't like her, but she did the damn thing, because I know Oprah from Baltimore. She came from nothing. She was on WJZ, and she made her way to where she is now. Can't be mad at that, me personally. She a billionaire, and Stedman is doing what? Is Stedman out here on podcasts or on his own show? Because Stedman got money now. Let's not get it twisted. He a millionaire too. But how many billionaires are there that people can choose from? That's why technically I wouldn't say in their financial status, I wouldn't consider that to be settling. They dating on their level for sure. They dating on their level for sure. Now, if they was out here dealing with Joe Schmo, that'd be a different story. But, you know, Ebony K. Williams can't make it work and she a fucking millionaire. Why is that? Because she run off at the fucking mouth. Do y'all see the correlation? Stedman at home with the dogs, child, making sure they fluffy when Oprah come home. I don't think he's upset at all. I'm pretty sure he has his own business, but he clearly isn't an internet person. And everybody don't have to be. That's the other thing that people try to put on people, which is not true. Everyone is not someone that, one, wants to be in the public eye, and two, wants to be on the internet. I'm sure Stedman is doing whatever the fuck Stedman wants to do whenever he wants to do it. But you know who out here whining and complaining about they can't find a man, they still waiting for their prince to come? Gail, 71, waiting for true love, trying to get married, child. And that's who these heifers is going to end up being, just like somebody said earlier. Wait, did I get this? Shout out to RBM. Thank you, boo. He said, Michonne, with over 7% of black women who are unmarried with kids, you telling me all these kids are made by men who make more money than these sisters? Am I saying that the men that the baby daddies make more money? No, absolutely not. Absolutely. That tennis player. What's that baby girl tennis player, child? I used to watch her. Now she don't do it as well as she used to. What is her name? She looked Chinese and black. I should say Asian and black, my bad. And she got pregnant by a rapper. Is he making do y'all think he makes more money than her? The rapping career don't seem to be rapping as much as it used to. She was about to be on the come up. I used to watch that baby all the time. She was amazing. Naomi Osaka, yes. She was amazing. And she ain't been the same since. She fucked that up for a rapper. I know her mom was mad. I was mad. I know her mom was hot. And where they at? Not together, baby mom. Hell, that girl that was with the streamer, Chloe Bailey's sister, Haley Bailey. That name is so annoying. Haley Bailey. I feel like she was on her way too, to be a good acting career, to be at the top of her game, and she had that princess movie or whatever. You know, singing clearly wasn't gonna work out for them. They could sing, but I guess Beyonce didn't have that on her list of things to be worried about. And she was doing good there, and she was going on the up and up, and then she turns into a baby mama. Yeah, DDG is the baby's dad. Now y'all here in the public displaying dysfunction. Who the hell want to have that shit taken on? Excuse me, they've been quiet lately. So hopefully, you know, because it didn't go on and on and on, they can recover from that and she can continue her trajectory. I would never want to wish harm on her. I think she's a beautiful little girl. I used to watch her on the spinoff from Anthony Anderson's show, the college show, which I thought was always very cute. I love that show, especially the fact that there was young black kids in college. I love that show. But you interrupted your trajectory to go fuck a nigga to get pregnant and become a baby mom. Child, I can't do it. Y'all like it, I love it. Y'all like it, I love it. One solo. So basically, don't settle means don't be loved. I don't know. You'd have to ask the heifers. You have to ask the hating hoes. You'd have to ask the hating hoes. It typically sounds like it means the man got to make more money or do what they want. It's basically do what they want the way they want it. Because a man can have a substantial amount of money. Remember the girl that went up on tonight's conversation and said he's doing all the things, he's doing everything, but he ain't motivated and he ain't doing enough. He was paying all the bills. He had all the money. She had her own money and he still wasn't doing enough. Child, who knows what enough is? Excuse me, depending on the heifer you're talking to at the time. Thank you, boo. He said black women don't settle, but the majority of black kids are spawned with near homeless men, but they not settling. Child, the hypocrisy abounds. But they listen to Funky Dineva to sit up here and say that straight black men are the problem in the community. Child, please. These people just be talking. Yeah, it froze because I wasn't on their Wi-Fi at the time. So that's what happened. I messed that all up. That's all me. Come on, Boise, you got 5 good minutes because I got to move on.
So they said, why would you judge the black woman differently? Do y'all get what I'm saying? Let me know if you get what I'm saying because I want to make an interesting point here. I want to see how you feel about this. So I said, that is interesting. So Taylor Swift, she's been around the block. Megan's been around the block, right? What's the difference?
Everybody around the block.
I'm going to give you an answer that's not going to be politically correct. But this is a little bit more Uncle Boyce than it is Dr. Boyce. But we're going to get back to Dr. Boyce in a minute. But there's a difference between a woman who publicly raps about everything that her vagina can do in the bedroom versus a woman who gives you a more subtle form of sexuality. Megan Thee Stallion and Taylor Swift sell very different brands of music. My buddy Vigilante's in here. He's a great artist, and he knows what I'm talking about. There's a different brand there. You know, Megan is a person who built a career off of really marketing herself basically as a prostitute. If you listen to the song she did with Cardi B, right? The chorus is, there's some hoes in this house, there's some hoes in this house, there's some hoes in this house. And she's literally, basically, they're both saying, if you have a credit card, then you can have access to all of this. You could, this WAP is yours. There was no point in the song I heard, the part I heard, where they said, to get access to my body, you have to be a good person. To get access to my body, you got to be a good father to my children. To get access to my body, you have to be a solid human being. It literally was. Remember, I'm a money guy. I listen for the money in the rap songs. That literally said, if you got money, then this vagina belongs to you. Now, I want you to just tell me, again, I'm not putting the white girl on a pedestal because there's plenty of virtuous black women in the world. Stop acting like Taylor Swift. There are black versions of Taylor Swift who get no attention. Momo Boyd, for example. Momo Boyd is coming out. I know her. I know her family very well. I know Momo. She just did a song with Kendrick Lamar, and she doesn't do any of that. She is beautiful. She flirts. She is very Taylor Swifty, except in her own black way. She's better than Taylor Swift. And not one time, I know her daddy, not one single time would the parents be okay with her making a song saying, if you have enough money, you can have access to all of this, plus tax. So what I think that we don't have a conversation about is how you present yourself to the world. I don't know if we understand the connection between relationships and sex. Let me break it down for you very quickly for those who haven't read the science. All that stuff about rapping about sex is built on instant gratification. It's built on feel-good chemicals like dopamine. It's built on getting you high. That's black trauma talking, right? Traumatized people.
Child, they not listening. Child, they not listening. Who is? I don't know this Momo person. I don't know who that is. But what he's saying is right, and it is celebrated in the culture. He is annoying, but he's right. He's saying that that's basically what's celebrated in the community, which we've seen. And but this person is promoting this as well. Excuse me. Like I said, she wanted to have this promoted so that she could tell people that she was back outside and she wasn't bothered. The problem with it is that sorry, y'all. The problem with it is that she had this recorded and there's nothing, shout out to Big Boy, there's nothing in that drink. So she just wants to go back to doing this shit because this is her lane. So if you really are trying to get married, her words, if you're really trying to find a man, her words, then you're not going to go back to the shit that's street. You are either going to listen to men, even if it's not Klay, even if it's not NBA players, because again, I truly feel, I don't think that you're weird if you think that athletes aren't going to cheat, because there's always women, the people that you be cutting for, that's going to be throwing themselves at them. Should they have discipline? Yes, they should. But what about your sisters that's sitting up here throwing themselves at the men that they know that are taken? They didn't give a fuck about Meg, whoever it was, if this is true, right? They don't care. And I've said that's plenty of times. Off of this level, of the celebrity level, is that down here in regular life, when women see something that somebody wants, you're going to go for it. So you don't talk about your relationships. You don't talk about them in public. You don't talk about how much that money they make. You do not talk about what they give you. You do not talk about how good the D is, because I'm telling you, somebody is going to say, oh, well, I should have that too. And they're going to go for it, because then they're going to think that that's a good man. That's a good man, Savannah. That's a good man, Savannah. And go for it. And go for it. Child, you ain't got to believe me. Why you don't have a bunch of women friends? Because I know better, child. I know y'all. Not y'all, but I know y'all, okay? What I need a bunch of women for, child? I don't. I do not. SMD, thank you, boo. She got pookatized and had a mental breakdown. Not pookatized. That's a good word, though. Shout out to you, boo. Draga. Thank you, boo. Shout out to you. He said Naomi's dad is pissed. I'm sure he is. I am sure both of her parents were pissed. I was pissed, and she ain't even my kid. Shit. But it was a mess, y'all. That whole situation was a mess. All right, 5 more minutes of voice and we're moving on. Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Wait. All right, my bad, y'all. I'm on the wrong damn screen. That's all right. We don't care. My bad, y'all. My bad, y'all. We're moving on. Let me go ahead and find this video of Dana, though. I saw it on P's World. My bad, y'all. My bad, y'all. F that up. And we're gonna go over it from his video because I don't have time to find it on hers. All right. So shout out to our friend P's World. We like some tethers, and this is a tether that we like. Shout out to P's World. All right. So he did this video about Dana Dane. So Dana Dane, I think her name is Dana Dane anyway, is one of these one of the women's that be on Tickety Damn Talk, this advocating for men. And y'all have said that she was a chameleon. I think we must have looked at a video of hers yesterday. Oh no, I did that video from the other day, yesterday, and I dropped it, or I cut it out. But she's saying some things that sound crazy over here now about women in relationships. So she is allegedly teaching women something. I don't know. I don't watch this shit. I'm subscribed to her, but I don't be on TikTok like that. So this was crazy to listen to. So I want to go ahead and go over it, and it's going to take a minute, unfortunately. I'm going to cut his stuff out, but I'm going to let her talk. I'm going to let him intro and then cut into it and just listen to what she needs to say. So let's go ahead and hear it. Hit the like button for me. Shout out to all of y'all that are here. I see you. I appreciate you.
We're going to be discussing one of the most, in my opinion, balanced creators on the app. And if you've been watching me for any sort of time, you know that's one of the highest compliments.
So his title is My Life is Proof This Advice Doesn't Work. TikToker faces being single forever.
That, I can pay to someone because most people aren't balanced. It's not really what goes viral on social media. The extremes is what does numbers. But Dana has been able to make a great, niche for herself, a great career for herself on TikTok by being balanced. Now, obviously in being balanced, some of the things that she says I'm going to agree with, some of the things I'm not going to agree with, and that's completely normal. But there was a few videos that Dana posted last night? I was scrolling last night anyway. And I just found them to be very interesting. It feels like she could be having an epiphany. But I want you guys to let me know. We're going to try to read between the lines here. Let me know what you think about this.
Y'all be shaming these 304s and overly promiscuous women like if they don't do the things that they do, that they going to get better results out on the dating scene, which is not the reality. As a woman who's not promiscuous, never slept around, me choosing that lifestyle still didn't get me better results. It still didn't get me better groups of men to choose from. Me and the hoes are still choosing from the same men. The same brand through men, the same men that cheat, the same men that got a bunch of kids by a bunch of different women. I didn't get anything better as far as results than the girl who the hoe. So what exactly y'all shaming them for? It ain't like if they chose anything different, then life would be better for them. Me and the hoe have the same exact probability and chance of being cheated on. We have the same probability and chance of not ever finding nobody to get married to. We have the same probability in everything. Right? Me choosing not to sleep around does not get me better results than the hoe. A lot of y'all mamas is a perfect example that hoes still get chose. You think your brothers and sisters got different daddies by accident? No, your mama was a hoe. And she still was getting chosen even after being a hoe. These are internet made up conversations that y'all just use to shame women. And the reality is that when I made the decision to not be a hoe, to not sleep around, that's because I didn't want to, because the thought of it is just disgusting to me, right? But I never thought that it was going to make me have better results on the dating scene, that it was going to get me married, that I have better men to choose from. None of that. And I'm glad I never thought that, because it was stupid, because I don't have anything better to choose from than the hoes do. I don't have any better chance of having a happily ever after ending than the hoes do. So y'all can let this go, because you can shame them. And when they look out into the world, guess what they see? That no matter what lifestyle they choose, they still gonna end up with the same results. Whenever I tell young girls to not be promiscuous or not live that whole lifestyle, it's only for their sanity, because I've seen what women who have been promiscuous, what is done to them, what type of toll is taken on their mental state. But I never tell girls don't be one because it's going to get you better men, because that's just not true. And it's not going to get you better results on the dating scene. It's not going to get you married no faster. It's not going to do anything any different. You ain't going to get no other benefits from it when it come to men. If you choose the lifestyle to not do it for you so that you can sleep well at night knowing that a bunch of men ain't had you. But don't do it because you think you're going to get better men or better results than a woman who is a hoe.
Dana's actually completely correct.
Dana is actually completely wrong, and I'm disagreeing with him, okay? So Dana is bitter. And even though all this time she's been saying that everything is everything, and I should have turned the violins on, even though she's been saying that everything is everything and she didn't made her choices and she's happy along with it, now all of a sudden it sounds like that tune has changed. And now she's jumping on the situation with Meg and trying to latch on to the hoes. Don't talk about hoes, don't talk about black women. Here's the problem. She and the hoes are not choosing right. Now, I know what's her name said about picking the right men is one thing. How many women have we been hearing lately that have been saying they don't like the nice guy? The last one I remember was Haley Duff. I think her name is Hillary Duff. Just said that about her man. There's been a couple of people to say that as well. Your problem is your attitude. At the end of the day, the problem is your attitude. I don't care what nobody says. Then if you have a funky, nasty ass attitude and you a hoe on top of it, you done doubled your chances of either picking up with a nigga that ain't that great. And when I say nigga, that's all in, or you gonna sit up here and maybe you will luck out, but y'all depending on the luck out more than you are depending on what makes damn sense. So now she wants to just lump herself in and try to, this is a person who's trying to tell women that you're not going to get anything better. And we already know that enough of them are on that train of all men are bad, all men are bad. And help me understand, y'all, why the only thing that they seemingly hang their hat on is cheating. That's it. That's the only thing that they seem to hang their hat on. And then it's money. Between money and cheating, I don't think these people know what a healthy relationship is. And that is a problem as well. If you don't know how to go out there and find people, like I'm assuming people work. I'm not talking about the OF people. I'm assuming that people go and they work, right? So if you are at work and you're working along your peers, that means that those are the people that are on your level. People are too busy trying to look at money when you need to look at money on your level. You need to look at who you are equal to. You need to, most people find who it is that they're going to be with, or who they date people where they work at. That's been the case with me for everybody. It's been who I've worked with, period, because you typically already know them, or it's just somebody that you see because you're there most of your daggone life, especially when you're younger. These people don't say this type of stuff. Just like a lot of people find they significant others when they're in college because you're in the same classes, you are maybe in the same dorm rooms, or you're near each other, you go to the same parties. There's the people that are in your sphere. So if you are finding ain't shit people in your sphere, then that means that's your sphere. Sorry if I'm saying it wrong. Your sphere. That's your sphere. So you can't figure out how to change your sphere. That's the problem. Because you think you know it all. And because you, instead of doing something differently and sitting here thinking, you know what? This is not working out well. What can I do? And instead of finding someone who has found success and talking and listening to them, you would rather trauma bond with someone like her and listen to her and what she's saying. This is crazy. She's going to equate herself to a hoe. You go ahead, child. You go ahead. Y'all are finding those same time. I'm not saying that I don't know or haven't known men who were hoes. Not that I've been dating them, but like have known them. I've known men that will sit up there and will take down anything and have not a thought behind it. And there'll be another one that's willing to come behind them. I've known them. And I've also said, well, child, I don't want to deal with none of that. You know what I'm saying? So you're either going to take a look and assess the situation and reassess. Y'all don't do this either. Y'all don't assess the situation and then reassess what it is that you need to do in order to move forward. You just continue to stick your head in the sand and do the same thing over and over and over again. And then you have the same damn results. And then she's low key, but high key saying that it's you, Sassy Straight's fault as per usual. How is that ever going to get you something new? How is that ever going to get you something new? If you see within, let's say 8 months, let's go ahead and take the Meg Klay situation, that somebody ain't working out for you, it's not going the way that you want, they're not having the qualities that you need, you don't like the way they do this, you don't like the way they do that, you end the relationship there. Y'all keep going. Y'all keep going and then get up on this internet and lie and say that everything is everything. You know who else lied allegedly? Ashley Robinson and Joe McCann. They had this persona on the internet. They was performing for the internet, making it seem like everything was everything. And then you hear that they started arguing from time they stepped foot in Africa. You find out they had a big ass blowout fight, so much so that they had to be separated in rooms. And if anybody thinks that that was the first time that some shit like that happened, you're a fucking fool. You practice dummism. People that are on the internet ain't telling you the truth. How many times have I said it, y'all? Everybody on this bitch lying. Everybody on this bitch is lying. This is not where you get your daggone relationship advice from. But if you want to traumatize with, so you're telling me that y'all said this girl's 39, right? So y'all try and tell me that at the age of 39, it's just like, yep, my life is over and I won't have a man. At 39? At 39, child, that's like saying that you dated Blueface, child. That's a you problem and nobody else but you. That is a you problem. It's not those men. I know plenty of decent men, plenty of decent men. And enough of them are right here that come on this channel all damn time. They also taking care of their kids on their own. They taking over from a woman who didn't want to take on their kids, or they're assisting the best way that they can to make sure that their children end up successful people and not become one of these damn gremlins that we watch every daggone day. Y'all don't think about those men because you would conceive them to be too nice. They're too nice. They're nice. And that's the other dumb thing that y'all be saying. Not y'all, you know what I'm saying. Nice. Imagine using nice as a negative. The community, and this is a whole problem. This is a problem across everybody. And I don't disagree with her that it's a lot of shit that happens on the internet. Because I always said that. Is Kofa still here? I've always said that. I don't know people like this in real life, and I really don't. But let me tell you what happened when I went out with my gym girlies last weekend. I went out with my gym girlies last weekend. And you know I don't be hanging out with women, but I like them. So I went. It was the girls, this is this lady's 60th birthday party, 60 years old, okay? I went to this, it was in a hotel. We went to this party, and it was a lot of her friends ended up coming. Her friends ended up coming. And child, when they came in, what you see in the gym and what you see outside of the gym are two different things, y'all. These people started coming in. They was definitely people that I would be crossing the street from, okay? But I don't want to be rude. Right? It's still a hotel. Looked like it would be safe, right? Decent hotel. They was definitely of a different caliber than me. I'm gonna call it that. We stayed there, and she started playing this game of, it was a range of women. It was all women from the age of 20 some odd all the way up to 60 some odd. And it was a game of ask a woman a question and you tell which age range you want to have answer the question. So the 20 some odd year old, one of the young kids asked the question. And of course it's about relationships. And in my mind, I'm like, do y'all want to know anything other than shit about men, child? Damn, there are other things in the world, but I ain't say nothing. And she asked about, she already a baby mom. Okay. But she asked about how do you know men are good enough to be in relationships with, and whether they're decent men, something along those lines, right? I've never ever been in a room with women who talk like this, because first of all, I don't deal with women, and second of all, I would never know people like this. But the 40 some odd year old lady answered, because she said she wanted a 40-year-old answer, and she said, I don't deal with men at all and haven't dealt with men in 10 years. And I was like, then why are you answering this fucking question? Probably not the one to be answering this question. But she said, I don't think it's worth it. They ain't worth it. They ain't no good. They ain't got nothing to offer. All they gonna do is cheat. So I ain't got time. The last relationship I had, now mind you, y'all, 10 years ago, it just ain't worth it. So you can do it, and be careful, girl. But they all the same, and they all cheat, and they all ain't no good. And my mind is being blown right now. I've never heard in real life, only on this internet. I've never heard this in real life. Okay. And I'm just floored. And the first person I think of is Kofa. That's why I was seeing if he was here. I was like, oh my God. Oh my God. So then a 50-year-old says, I want to answer. She said, I ain't been in a relationship either, and I ain't interested. He gonna have to fit my timeline. He gonna have to fit my schedule. Then I started thinking about y'all. I was like, oh my God. He gonna have to get with what I say need to be done. Because if you can't come in here and bring something into my life, then I ain't got nothing to do with you. And at this point, ain't nobody able to do it. Now, this is a 50-some-year-old woman, y'all. 50-some-year-old woman, y'all. And if you ain't gonna bring nothing to help me, because if you ain't got no money, because I likes to travel, and I want someone that can travel with me and that can take care of me. And I say, oh my God, oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm telling you, in my head, I'm sitting there thinking about all of y'all saying, oh my God, this shit is real. But I also allegedly, and I'm gonna go out only on my experience right now, because like I said, I don't know people like this, right? There's a class level here too, okay? There's such a thing as class level, whether people want to believe it or not. And they're of I'm gonna just say not the middle class. I'm gonna just leave it at that, okay? And that could be a reason why as well. So if the answer is to shut down, then that can be the answer, right? But why do you have to shut everybody else's hopes down that may want to have said same thing? Which is why I say, young ladies, females, girls, stop listening to old crows that are trying to get you on their set, I will call it, because misery loves company. Misery loves company, so that they can then get up on this here internet, and not necessarily on this internet, because clearly these people have these conversations for them in their real life, and say, see, and then equate it to all men. Well, I equate what I know of men. And then y'all get mad at that because I know decent men. I know decent men. I'm sorry, because I wouldn't not know decent men. Why would I know men who are abusers, who are serial cheaters, who don't take care of their kids? I would never know a man who don't take care of his kids. Never, ever, no way. Y'all accept that shit. Why would I know a lobster, going back to what I said about what the communita allows in the family? They're my family and I'm gonna go. I'm like, but as soon as the lobster shows up, we leaving. And that's what we did. Because I'm gonna see my grandmother regardless. And my kids are gonna know their grandmothers regardless. But we gotta go. It's time to go. Because I'm not giving no chances and opportunities for foolishness. Do I know everything? Nope. Did I get it right all the time? Nope. But I'm telling you, what I'm not going to do is be around somebody that's miserable, that's nasty, that's got nothing positive to add, because then that affects you. Like, how is that so hard to understand? Why would I want to have someone in my life who's down to bring me down? If you're not coming to me because you want some uplifting and you want some help and you want some conversation, you want some talking to, don't bring that shit around me. And more women, young girls need to do that. Yes, something can go wrong in your life. And you can have mistakes in relationships, because how are you supposed to come out the gate and know what it is that you're doing the first damn time? It don't work like that. So you figure out what it is that you're willing to tolerate and what you're not, and say what it is that you got to say about said relationship in the fucking beginning. That's when you got to say your shit. Child, nobody be saying nothing. And nobody be saying nothing and then turn around and say that it's somebody's fault that you didn't say anything. I'm thinking that it's your responsibility as an adult. I'm not talking about young kids. It's your responsibility as an adult to speak up for what it is that you know is right, wrong, and different. And then if you can't communicate that, then whatever you get is on you. If you're willing to accept it, then accept it. Those are the choices. That's it. Those are the damn choices. Thank you, Boo. He said Dana got exposed for chasing a Pookie named Beanard. I think I saw that. Now, I don't know that he's a Pookie, but I did see her shooting her shot. Allegedly. What one would consider shooting your shot on the internet. I saw that video when that happened. Maurice Manhattan. Thank you, Boo. He said, is that little two who tick she have Tourette's? I don't know. I don't know nothing about none of these people, but this conversation is crazy. And I disagree, P. You and me, I'm a woman. Maybe you gentlemen agree with P, but I don't think it's true. You have the same class of people that you deal with because you choose to have the same class of people that you deal with. That's it. That's all. If that's your class, then that's your class. If that is your class, then that is your class. So you know what you could do? You could level the fuck up, and meaning improve your class. And then you have another class level that you deal with. But instead, y'all too busy looking up to the sky and thinking that you deserve those people, which is why you be pocket watching on these fucking CEOs. You're not going to change none of that. And what makes you so special and different that a man that makes that much money should have and want you? But y'all can never answer that question. Thank you, big boy. He said, Messi, just say they in a different tax bracket. Okay, in a different tax bracket. It's true, though. It's true, though. That I told y'all that damn man that messed with that girl at the Michigan State, I think it was. He's a fucking fool. He's an idiot. He was an idiot. He put it all on the line, messing with his subordinate. That's crazy. And he knows better. But if it was worth it, then let it be worth it. Y'all want to hear what he has to say? Go ahead.
If we take two women, right, and you go, okay, one's a hoe, one's not a hoe. And you go, okay, that must automatically mean that the one that's not a hoe, more likely to get married, more likely to get chosen, more likely, whatever the case is. Not really. Not really. It takes more than not being a hoe to be good in relationships, right?
Okay, if that's what he's saying, then I agree. Then I agree. Because that's the other thing, is that you got to be a nice person. Maybe nice is not the right word. You have to be at least personable. You have to be able to hold a conversation, I would hope, if you're looking for a decent man. I mean, how much conversation do you need to be with Blueface, since I see his name in the chat? How much conversation do you need to have to be with Blueface, y'all? Let's be honest. Is that the caliber of person that people want? Clearly they do, since he's on to his third woman allegedly pregnant. So 304 seems to work for those people. I would consider them 304s, absolutely. The two girls that are pregnant by him right now. That's fine. They like it. We love it. Now, that's a chaotic life that they're about to live. And do you think that they're going to have decent children that are going to grow up and be well-balanced and pillars of society? I'm going to go out on a limb and say allegedly no. But one can have faith, though. One can have faith. But if you're not going to have a good personality, going to be able to hold a conversation, going to be able to contribute something into said relationship, whatever that might be. I don't know if it's the cooking and the cleaning or whatever, because you're not even that far when you first meet someone. But even if you have all that, right, when you listen to Meg when she talks, I don't see her having that. Me personally, when I listen to the few times that I hear her speak, she just sounds ratchet and ghetto still. And what's her name? Dana Dane sounds bitter. Are y'all interested in either one of those? I'm gonna need y'all to help me out here, Sassy Straights. Do either one of those appeal to you? Ghetto and ratchet, ebonically, or straight up bitter? Pick your poison, I guess. Sorry for the pause, boo. Let me get to the next part. To her. She continues.
Probability of a happily ever after that a woman is not promiscuous. And I use myself as an example. So I posted the video on Instagram. A dude came and was like, well, that's my fault because I just don't know how to choose a man correctly. Right? That I would have better results than the hoe when it comes to the men that I got to choose from if I just knew how to choose a man correctly. All right, because that's the problem. I just don't know how to choose correctly. I know how to choose so good that I chose no man at all. You know why? That guarantees me 100% that I don't get cheated on. That guarantees me 100% that I don't get left. That guarantees me 100% of no disappointment. I think I chose exactly right. Right? Y'all said pick better, and I took it serious. And I said, well, if you want me to pick better, that means I can't pick at all. All right, because the better ain't existing. So that means I have to just do nothing. And I chose nothing. So I don't understand. Right? Where are all these wonderful, great men that y'all think that somebody's supposed to be picking from? Because it don't even be you. You don't even be the wonderful, great man that somebody should pick. When we start having to ask you questions about your life, about where you work, about how much income you bringing in, how many kids you got, ain't no way you think that you the one that somebody praying to God for. It is no way you that stupid. There's no way you that stupid that you think that when somebody picture who they want in their head and they pray to God to bring them somebody special, that you think that you the person that God got in mind to send.
Let's circle back to the
let's hear that she's very bitter. And I agree, she did make the best choice for her, but she's not happy with that choice, or she wouldn't still be this bitter. I'm under the impression that this woman has been celibate and not dating for many a moons, many a years. And if you're happy with your decision, why do you sound so bitter, regardless of what anybody on the internet has said to you? So because you couldn't pick whatever word you want to use, now you're upset, and now you're out here bitter trying to get these other young ladies and girls to follow your lead. She said, when I ask you questions about how much money you make and how many kids you have, and it's like, so you're dealing with people that don't want to answer those questions, then again, it's the people that you're attracting. It's the truth. It's the truth. I'm sorry. I don't care. It is the truth. I ain't never had a simple ass question. First of all, I don't be asking. You technically, if you pay attention and you do more listening, I am a firm believer, believe it or not, in listening more and talking less. Clearly not here. This is different, right? But in real life, I'm a firm believer in listening more and talking less. Because if you let people talk, they're gonna tell on themselves. If you allow them to talk, they're gonna tell on themselves. You ask questions for clarification. You think she does that? You think she did that? You think that was a part of the way that Dana was dating? She just now said when she asked about how much money they make. Same shit. How many babies they have? Child, that's the first place that you go. She worrying about getting cheated on, which is the number one thing they worrying about, and getting left. That to me is a sign of that you are not good at choosing. You're not. Or let me not even say choose. You're not even good at putting the right people in your vicinity. These are the people that you have in your vicinity. These are the people that you chose in your vicinity. Because like I said, the most time people meet people is at work. Where they spend most of their time is where you want to meet people. Unless you're doing these apps or whatever, right? And so all of them, Dana Dane, was no good. All of them was cheating. All of them left you. All of them wasn't shit. All of them. I can't say all of them. I could never say all of them. Even people that I'm not dating, just my friends. I just told you that there's people here that subscribed, that I follow, that are good, decent men. So I don't know where you all be looking. You be looking in the trash bin. Like when we first started back in the day, shout out to the regular smegulars. And we would watch these things where the women would come on these TV programs and say they had no idea, or somebody was taken on up out of here, and everybody was so surprised, and they was this, they was that. And I was like, you know what? We need to go back and see what happened, because this don't make no sense. Then you find out they was dealing with people who was in jail, on the corners, charged with red rum, got ankle monitors on, only did this, child, and you decided to go along with those people, and then you wonder how this happened. Already convicted previously of slapping the face of another girlfriend, and y'all still went along with it. Because when you have the decent people, you say shit like they're too nice. Shout out to Hillary Duff. Shout out to Hillary Duff. Since y'all don't want people to talk about black people, she recently said it. Somebody else said it. Somebody else just recently said it as well. So do y'all think that let's bring Meg back into it. You think she's nice, given she came out here and put all her and his business onto the internet? Does that come through as nice? Does that come through as a woman who, when you have a problem in said relationship, that she's going to sit there and work through it and talk through it with you? Or is she going to go take it to the internet? Or is she going to go take it to her mama? Or go take it to somebody else instead of working through it with the person that she's having the actual issue with? How do y'all do that? And I want people to stop being like, oh, somebody might do something. Well, you know what? Something might happen with your girl. You might go outside and you might not come back today. Praise the Lord that don't happen. You might get hit by a car. You might be in a grocery store and something fall on your head. You know what I mean? Like you can might it all you want to. You want to live a life of might. That's a you problem. That's a you problem. Why do these people think that everything's supposed to be easy? And I hate to say it. I hate to say it. I hate to say it. And everything is supposed to be Disney ending at all times. That's what these people was banking on with Meg Thee Stallion too, y'all. And you know I love Disney. I still do. But they think that it's supposed to end Disney princess style and it's just supposed to be happily ever after. And they just don't see that life don't work that way. You don't have no happily ever after at work. So I'm not sure why you think it's supposed to be peaches and cream when you go home with your relationship, given you have kids, because they're a pain in the ass that can, listen, kids can break a marriage up, child. Money and kids is two of the things that you should come together for, but they are things that can definitely mess your shit up. Trust me when I tell you. Believe me when I tell you. Especially when kids start to play parents against each other and you allow it to happen. That's why I'm like, I don't know how people can do it when you live over there and we live over here, and then there's another one over here, and then there's another one over here, and then there's another one over here. I don't get it. I could never. If you don't play in your life, who gonna do it? If you don't plan what you're going to do, who going to do it? If you're going to allow these idiots into your life, then idiocracy is what you get. That's on you. That's the hell on you. Child, this is crazy talk, child, as far as I'm concerned. Shout out to Anthony Allen. Thank you, boo. Why don't they talk about the first verses of Proverbs where the woman tells the son to be careful of certain women and foolishness? I told that to my children, talking about men. And if I had a son, I would say the same thing to them about women. Because ain't nobody trying to raise no kids. They're just out there willy-nilly on their own because they're so fucking selfish for their damn selves. They want to live this great life that they think that is a thing because they following Instagrammers, social media influencers, thinking that that's how people are really living. They can't even see the fact that their favorite rapper is now turning into being an influencer as opposed to being a rapper. They thought that shit with Ashley, what's her name, was actually true, not realizing that you do see that neither one of these people are holding the camera. That means that this is a performance. You can't tell people who don't want to listen to anything. You cannot tell people who don't want to listen to anything. Fuck them. Like, honestly, at the end of the day, good luck and good riddance, child. We'll just sit here and watch because we know you're going to bring it back to the internet because that's the only place that you can get some validation. Get some real friends. What happened to having real friends, child? What happened to getting together and having a sleepover, having a wine night, or going to a paint and sip? I guess those days is over. Nobody do that no more. They just come to the internet. All right. If it is what it is, it is what it is. Lord have mercy. Thank you, big boy. He said the thing is they don't bring these men around their fathers, brothers, church members to see if these men are good men. True courting is dead. I do believe that that's true as well because they know. They know. One, they might not have those men, given what we know about the communitas specifically. They're nowhere to be around for whatever the reasons are. Okay, so the only people that would be able to say anything is like Kofa always says, is big mama, aunties, and cousins, all single women or whatever, right? So a lot of times they know that they ain't shit. I'm telling you, they know. But that's what they like. Hybristophilia is a thing. Shout out to YouTube for allowing me to learn what the fuck that was because I did not know beforehand. There's people who love what's known as bad boys and a dangerous lifestyle and people who are in jail and people who do the most egregious of things. Hybristophilia. But then we'll turn around after a while and say, once it's time, 31, Meg, and I'm not saying that she got hybristophilia. What I'm saying is that she did her thing, and even Boise had to admit it. And now she's trying to get married, and that can't be erased because the people that she's going to be dealing with, because she's not going to, what they say is settle. She's not going to come down off of that and come settle. So she's going to stick to that group of people that are all the entertainers and celebrities, and then she's going to have probably the same issue. She says she want to have 5 kids. That's going to be the same issue. Child, honestly, it's really not rocket science. It's just a matter of who you listen to. And these people want to listen to fucking Kendrick Williams. So, and Ashley even. So, and at this point, they listening to Meg Thee Stallion, even though she's not necessarily saying anything. They would rather have a hot girl life, a hot girl summer, And then we'll turn around and tell you sassy straights what the hell y'all need to do in order to get them. Child, please. Anyway. Thank you, Maurice. He said, these women make me happy and grateful about being married for over 30 years. The game is crazy out here. I agree with you 1,000. I agree with you 1,000. Child, the shit is crazy. This is crazy. And the fact that these people are listening to people that they don't know, they can't talk to, and can't get any information from them directly. They out here just giving up general advice. Be a hoe, shake your ass, go out, have a hot girl summer, be a hot girl, bend your ass and twerk it. And that's supposed to endure people to want to marry you. Child, these people crazy. Thank you, Mike 57. He says, speak the truth. Thank you, boo. I appreciate you. Shout out to all of y'all. Thank you so much for hanging in there. Please make sure you hit the like button for me. Subscribe if you are new. But wait, there's more, child.
God to bring them somebody special that you think that you the person that God got in mind to send.
Let's circle back to
now. She want to bring the Lord into it. Let me move on. No shade against P. Here we go.
Stuff changes throughout the time that I'm on this app. I'm a real person, right? And I'm an objective person. If I'm ever presented something to make me feel different about an original opinion that I had, I'm willing to change it if it makes sense, right? So sometimes I may have said something in the past in a video, and I have came back later on and changed what I view about it. That's called growing. That's called life. If you have one set mindset, and even when somebody is able to present you evidence that what you may think may be wrong, and you still willing to die on that hill of your original opinion, you don't do well with growth. You don't do well with growth. And that's going to stunt you in life all across the board, because you will not succeed in life in many avenues when you stuck with a mindset that can't grow, no matter what it is. Nobody wants to deal with people who can't grow. Nobody wants to work with people who can't. Nobody wants to be around somebody who's so set and willing to die on a hill of an opinion that even when presented that it may be wrong, or that it may be another side to what you think.
This is what we tell my brother as well. You're talking about Arsenal. I'm like, yeah, we were the best team in Europe at one point, but you ever.
All right, so her sitting up here saying that you should be able to grow, I agree with her. I agree with her. But there's also a lot of people who don't want to grow. Just like the people right now with regard to the politics, who will listen to Rolly and the crew and not look into anything for themselves. And then as soon as they hear something different from someone else, they just call them Trump supporters, MAGA, and all that dumb shit. And what does that do? You're blindly following people. The Black community does that and will not look into anything on their own, depending on blogs run by tethers and ABCDs, as opposed to actually looking at a source that you may not necessarily always listen to, which is why I'm listening to Boyce. I don't agree with, I mean, he annoying as fuck, but he ain't wrong all the time. And you got to listen to a different opinion in order to make sure that you're formulating an opinion that makes sense. So if you're thinking the same shit as when you were 17 as you are 35, there's something wrong. So I agree with her on that. You have to be able to evolve and grow and expand. But a lot of these people don't do that. And so they staying stuck on the same old, Bobby got to have a bag, like Snoops from The Wire said. Bobby got a bag, but Bobby can cheat on me because Bobby got a bag. What kind of nonsense is that? Child, you gotta be careful who you listen to.
So won't even entertain the idea. Nobody wants to deal with that type of person. I say all of that to say that when I first got on this app, this was 2021. I broke up with my ex in 2020, right? And so 2021, when I was on here, I was still hanging out with my ex. I was hanging out with my ex until like 2022. We wasn't romantic. It was like, that was my homeboy. It was like, he might as well have been my brother by that point. It was nothing romantic about it by that time. But I was open to dating again, right? I was just like, I mean, because it wasn't no bad situation. When I break up, I wasn't bitter. I wasn't mad. We had a good time. I would have stayed hanging out with him almost 2 years after breaking up with him if I hated his guts. But anyway, when I first broke up with him, I was optimistic about coming back out on the dating scene and giving things another chance. Right. But fast forward, once I got on this app and I realized what was really out there to be had as far as men, I realized, you know what? Your ex might have been about as best as it was going to get for you. All right. It wasn't even what you wanted, but you probably at this point with your age, you're not even getting ready to get no better than that. You know, if that wasn't good enough for you, you might as well tap out because you ain't getting no better than that at this point. Right? It's not going to get that no better than that for you. And that's why I went ahead and quit dating. Then, not to mention, once my mama died, I really was like, I'm cool off everything. And so then, you know, that's me trying to preach certain messages to women And I'm just like really hard on the women about, you need to do this, you need to do that, you need to live like this. I realized you need to step back. You need to step back. You are being a little too judgmental. And you know why you're being too judgmental? Because what you're saying, it really ain't a lot of truth to it, Dana. And you got to start being a little bit honest with yourself. You on here telling these girls that they need to do this and they need to do that, and that's going to render them better results. But did it get you better results? No, it didn't. It didn't get you better results. So can you truthfully get on here every day and tell them girls that they need to do this and they need to do that? And if they do that, honestly, the better of a life that they live, the harder it's going to be for them to find a partner. That's the truth. All right. So sitting up and telling them to play this game a certain way, and by playing it this way, you're going to win. You're not. You're not. Right. You should be doing the stuff that you do for yourself and nobody else. But please don't do it for nobody else. Because if you think you're doing it for somebody else and that it's going to render you better results, it's not. It's not. And so my message has changed a lot with a lot of stuff. Because again, I cannot witness stuff with my own eyes and then still get on here and say something that I see with my own eyes is not true. Right. I'm witnessing it with my own life that it's not true. So if you think I contradict myself or I say one thing and then I switch up and say, yeah, that probably has happened. You have probably heard me make a video and now in 2026, it changed up some because I cannot get on here and say certain stuff to women that I know deep down in my heart, it's not true. It's not true.
Now look, I see that.
No, that's her personal experience. No, I'm not buying it. All right, it's done. No, that's her personal experience talking right there. That's her trauma talking right there. When I'm talking about growth, I'm talking about you believed in the Democratic Party your whole life, and then all of a sudden you saw something that's like, oh yeah, let me go ahead and take a look at that. Or you were working some sort of a way towards your career, and then you needed to, like they told me that I needed to get an education in order to go further and work, which I didn't need to do, but I did it anyway. Shout out to me paying off my student loans. But when it comes to relationships, when you're doing something with that's you doing it on your own. Those are jobs, those, those your political views. That's something you're doing on your own. When you have to deal with someone else or you want to deal with someone else, you're going to have to do something for someone. And of course, they should be doing something for you. She's not going to admit that. And Skinny Boy, I think, said you had some video of her where she lying. Send it to me because I'll definitely talk to it. But you can't be the boss in a two-person relationship. You cannot be the boss in a two-person relationship. Now, the old way of the men should run everything or whatever, which is what people want to talk about now and say that's how it's supposed to be. And all right, fine. Y'all can say that, but that's not necessarily true as far as I'm concerned. Both people have a say in the relationship. I don't care what nobody say. Both people have a say in the relationship. Everybody has their roles in the relationship. That I completely agree with, but these people do not want that. That's the problem. They want to be in charge. They want to command. They want to demand. They want to tell somebody. That's the problem. That equates to attitude. That equates to how you come across. That equates to how you treat people. That's what that is. Thank you, big boy. You have to be able to compromise. You definitely have to be able to compromise. And they look at that as settling. That's the problem, which is why people need to look at what words mean. These people just be making up different reasonings on what words mean and be all the way wrong. And then be cheating their damn selves at the end of the daggone day. Be putting themselves behind the 8 ball, as we continue to say. So if you go out here and tell these people to compromise, go tell Dana that she would need to compromise. First of all, her whole demeanor and attitude is not going to be endearing to many people. It's not endearing to me just listening to this damn video. She couldn't be around me. Because we have to make the same judgments too, y'all. Please don't think that we don't when it comes to women. Nicole, cosign. I'm not going to be around somebody that's miserable. Why would I do that? I'm not going to be around somebody that always got issues. Child, I already got my kids. That's enough. And I'm obligated because we share blood. Okay. But why would I bring someone on the outside? The only thing that they ever say is, this a problem? I got a problem. This man did this. This man did that. Oh my God. How could? No. Thank you, boo. No. You gotta go. I'm not the one. Because, child, if I got my own issues, and I do and we do, then I'm gonna deal with my own issues, not yours. Not yours. You got to be able to work through it, because that would lead me to believe that you're not really working through it, and that's where you want to be. You want to be there, be there. You're not taking me with you. You're not taking me with you. And you can't be here because you're not gonna be draining my life and my family either. We can't have that. We don't do that around here. So either you're going to do something to change that shit, or you got to be going. I told y'all I done got rid of plenty of people. The one heifer that's going to tell me that I'm wrong because I don't want my girl child at home with your husband and his kids and y'all's kids, and you're going to tell me I'm wrong, bitch. Please, bye. I don't have time. And the other one that was going to sit up there and talk negatively about my ABCD and call him out and call him all these names in front of me, bitch, you was right in front of him. Why didn't you say that to him? You can't be trusted. What the fuck you say behind my fucking back? Done that day with her too. I don't play games with people, y'all. I'm telling you. If it's my mistake, I'm losing my voice. If it's my mistake, then it's my mistake. If it's my mistake, then it's my mistake. That's okay. I'm gonna be good. I'll be all right. Trust me when I tell you. These people won't do that. These people will not do that. They too busy doing what they see other people doing. Oh, thank you, skinny boy. I didn't see it. Thank you, boo. They're too busy doing what they're doing right now, trauma bonding with Meg Thee Stallion. So whatever it is that happened with them in their life and whatever went wrong with them, now they're sitting around here saying, yes, it's go, sis. Yes, it's go, sis. And won't even acknowledge the fact that if Klay did cheat, and I said if, that he cheated with a woman, which shows and proves no sisterhood. But they're going to keep banging on that and banking on that and listening to funky fucking Dineva instead of reassessing, which is what sports teams do when they fucking fail, right? Sassy Straits. When they lose, they go and they watch the tape. They see what they did and where they did wrong, and they fucking change it. These people don't do that. They keep doing the same thing over and over and over again. Same thing over and over and over again, and nothing ever changes. And again, your attitude is going to be a lot of it as well. Who thinks that Dana run out here smiling? Bueller? Anybody? Child, and I'm not trying to come down on her, but I'm like, girl, you're doing this. You're doing this your damn self. And if you made the decision to be celibate and not to date, not to see men, then it don't sound like you happy with that either. Your whole demeanor is saying that you're not happy with that either. And then that shit with her talking about nobody ever says anything about the white people that are hoes, and people absolutely do. Kim Kardashian is still the #1 hoe. Child, I'm the one that sat up here and tried to say, y'all, no, she not a hoe. And y'all was like, hell no, Messy, she a hoe. Y'all not letting that go with her. Now she want to be disingenuous because now she's trying to pander to the sisterhood. Allegedly, that's what I'm seeing. Based off of what it is that she used to do and say, and what the things that she's saying now, it sounds like she's trying to pivot on over to the sisterhood, in my opinion. Which I said to y'all yesterday. If I sat here and I started to say some shit about, oh, all these women, they're the best, they're right, you think this channel wouldn't grow quickly? Nah, I ain't got time for that. No. No, I'll just go ahead and stick to what the fuck I know and keep talking on that. It is what it is. And it'll take as long as it takes. That's it. That's all. That's what it sounds like to me. And that's what I've heard from other people saying that y'all saying that she a chameleon. I don't know. But the message do definitely sound like it has changed. Like that's not the growth that I think of that is growth. This is where you stand on this subject or you don't. That's it. That's all. That's it. Not 100K by June, child. If 50 would be fine. I'd be happy with 50K. But yeah, so I thought that was crazy talk from her. Shout out to Peas World though. He's an amazing content creator. Hopefully y'all are following him. He does great work and he's doing a lot lately. He's doing a lot. One more video, y'all, then I'm done because I gotta get something to eat and I need some tea. Clearly I do. So tonight's conversation. Tonight's conversation, an ace metaphor. Hold on. Let me share the screen. Yeah, Lord. So what do they have a caption? It says she has 4 kids, tubes tied, but her man wants a child of his own. Is it selfish to keep him? Okay, so that's their title. How you know? I'm absolutely gonna go to Starbucks. I absolutely am gonna go. I'm gonna get me a medicine ball because I need it. I don't know. I'm sure it's allergies and then from plain air and all that type of stuff. But yeah, I'm definitely gonna go get a medicine ball. Shout out to all of y'all that are here. Hit the like button for me. Subscribe if you are new. We're gonna listen to this. Then I'm done. Ciao. It's almost 4 hours. Damn right I'm done. Y'all are a mess. Y'all are a mess.
But my question is, I got a really good man at home, and I got 4 kids and 4 baby daddies.
You got 4 kids and 4 baby daddies?
And I gave them all their first kid. They don't have no other kids.
Okay.
Okay. But my man ain't got no kids. And he love his kids. His new kids, he love them kids, and them kids love him.
Okay.
The kids love him. They be like, where my daddy at? I be like, oh, some real. But this the question. He want kids, and he don't. I got my tubes tied.
And he don't know.
No, he know, because I'm an honest woman.
Oh, praise the Lord.
But my thing is, am I like way selfish to keep him around knowing that he want a kid that I'm never going to be able to give him?
I think that kids is a big enough scenario in a relationship to start or end it. Because either you compromise your health, your body, and your desire to not have more children, and that man is happy, but you're not. Or he compromises his desire to pass on his lineage and settles for being a great stepdad for your children, and you're happy, but he's not. There's no scenario that this moves forward with both of y'all getting what y'all want.
So every baby daddy you got,
It's their first kid. They first kid.
Damn. So hold on. So this would technically be his
First kid.
You 5 for 5.
All right, I ain't no Wendy still.
She's a predator, and y'all don't dig it. I'm over here with an attitude.
How old is your last baby?
She 3.
Okay. You got 4 baby daddies. Why y'all didn't last? All 4 of them.
First one, 19, young and dumb.
Just tell me about the last one.
The last one, baby, he wasn't God-fearing enough for me.
So 4 men and you couldn't figure that out, all 4. I feel like you fall in love too quick.
Baby, I said that.
Yeah. You ain't making the right decisions. It seems like you allow yourself to be moved by your emotions, and that is a poor decision to make as a mother. And you've introduced these children to a new man, and you don't even know for a fact if y'all are going to be together. Because right now you are showing a lack of compatibility.
All of them on child support? Any of them on child support?
Hell yeah. I get $800 per kid.
Yeah, 800 per kid. Lock her up. Hey, lock her up. Hold on. The smartest thing she did, though, was have a kid by that ain't got other kids. Because don't they divide the child support up? You don't want to be a 5th kid. You getting $32 a month. Pisses. Hey, sell me some stamps while you over there, though.
I know.
Hey, sell me some stamps.
I'm in love. But my question is, I got a really good man at home. And I got 4 kids and 4 baby daddies.
You got 4 kids and 4 baby daddies?
And I gave them all their first kid. They don't have no other kids.
Okay.
But my man ain't got no kids. And he love his kids. His new kids, he love them kids, and them kids love him.
Okay.
The kids love him. They be like, where my daddy at? I be like, oh, some real. But this the question. He want kids, and he don't. I got my tubes tied.
And he don't know.
No, he know, because I'm an honest woman.
Oh, praise the Lord.
But my thing is, am I like way selfish to keep him around knowing that he want a kid that I'm never going to be able to give him?
I think that kids is a big enough scenario in a relationship to.
All right, I just wanted her to say the story again. All right, so that you could hear. Excuse me. We got a 4x4. A 4x4. First of all, I want to point out to y'all, like I always say to you, because I be cruising, that there's always some man that's gonna come through. Now, I know y'all like to think that everybody's trying to be married. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that marriage is not what she's interested in or looking for, okay? Now, is she on the ratchet side? I would say yes. So we know where the class is. Whatever, use whatever word that you want to. I will tell y'all, I think it's CJ that's having a conniption. This show is not set up. I've been to it. You come in, you write a question if you have a question, and then Ace puts them in the order that he wants them asked, and then they come up to the mic and they ask the questions. And then the panel, Ace knows what the questions are, the rest of the panel does not. And I'm going to go back again if they do come back, as long as I don't have to see Kendra. Anyway, so she thinks this stuff is cute. Shout out to the community, while Funky Dineva is saying that men are the problem, straight men are the problem. And in her case, they definitely are. But she's definitely more the problem because, like I said, and I will continue to say, is that women determine who they're going to have sex with. And she decided to have sex with 5 men that we know of. Okay. And then get pregnant by them, and then gonna have the nerve and the audacity to say we was young. You always know that that's some excuse that they like to use. I was young, we were young, you don't know. Okay, whatever you say. Then gonna talk about God-fearing when you're on 4th child with no daggone marriage. You out here fornicating with no commitment, and you're gonna sit up here and talk about he wasn't God-fearing enough. Like it's any old reason. She's using excuses. She don't accept no accountability. And Kitty said, I'm not trying to hear your foolishness. That's why she pushed her to the end, right? So when I say that people don't be talking, and if they do, they don't be listening, they clearly are at an impasse, and yet they want to continue on with this alleged relationship, right? He doesn't have any kids and he wants kids. But what? Actually, let me start there. You're not going to come to me ever. I mean, it's too late now, but even younger, like, you're not going to come to me ever and say, you know what? I want you to have my baby. Child, I would be looking behind me like, who the fuck you talking to? Because I ain't nobody's baby motherfucking maker. And if you ain't marrying me, I'm not having no babies for you. I'm not nobody's baby mom. So to even think that there's people at this point in life that are saying these things, that's crazy talk. And why would you do that to a woman that already has 4 kids? So there's something wrong with him. So in my mind, he's definitely not the VP. And I always say VP because that's an attainment, but it's not like it's SVP and COOs, right? So he's not a VP from Wells Fargo. Let me say Bank of America. I'm gonna give Wells Fargo a break. He's not a VP from Bank of America. So he is on her class level, which is what is going on with the rest of these heifers, all right? Who in the hell is going to come to a woman that's got a 4x4 and say, I want you to have my baby? Child, please. They're on the same class level. That's why you get these damn results. And you do not want to change in order to get a different result. So you continue to have the same thing over and over and over again. She's proving it right here with this dumbass story. Moving on to the fact that you have your tubes tied. I have my tubes tied. And if I was out here and a nigga said, girl, I want to have a baby, I'd be looking back behind me again. Who the fuck you talking to? You nobody getting no tubes untied to have another crumb snatcher that I would be responsible for the rest of my life. Oh, no. Child, I'm tired of the 2 I have now and they grown. Okay. So that would be an insult to me. To me, that's an insult, but that's just me. But if they talked about it, like she said, and she said that she don't want to have no more, and he says he wants one, why are both of them continuing this relationship, Bueller? Why are they continuing with this relationship if he wants and she doesn't? This is a major thing. This is major. This is not you ain't take the trash out, you ain't put the toilet seat down, y'all. Those are all fixable things. This is I don't want any more kids and you want a kid. Why would you even entertain that? This dude is probably younger than her too, allegedly. So why isn't he ending it? That tells me a lot about him. Why isn't he saying, you know what, this ain't right? This ain't right. He's saying, he's telling me that he is not the VP at Bank of America. He said, you know, he should be saying, you know what, I like you, girl, we have a good time, but I got to move on because I really do want to have somebody to carry on my lineage if he was really that responsible. She's sitting up here talking about, should I keep him? Oh, so it's your decision. That's another reason why I think he's probably younger. Oh, so it's your decision on whether or not you keeping him in this relationship, and her kids love him. They just love him. I bet they do. Sound like none of those dads are in the life, allegedly. I would never and have never wanted to have a man to be in my kids' life except for their father. Because one, he's the one that's responsible for them. And two, I feel like it causes chaos when you start bringing outside people into your relationship, and you got a mother here, a mother there, a girlfriend here, a boyfriend there, and then change up another girlfriend, another boyfriend. That shit is confusing to kids. I know it's me. But they like this type of stuff. This is cute and funny. That's why she up here thinking the shit is cute and funny, and the shit is not cute and funny. Now, according to Dana Dane's logic, she should have whatever she wants, and it doesn't matter what it is that she do. All the men are the same. She can find a man with 4 kids, but Dana can't. What's the difference? So the woman right here with 4 kids by 4 different men, and not necessarily in the best of shape, mind you, can find a man, but Dana with no kids, who's doing fairly well for herself, who's not the most unattractive person in the world, can't find a man. Who the problem around here? Who really the problem around here? Child, let me digress off of that. No shade against Dana Dane, child. Why is this a question? Why is this a discussion? People be continuing relationships they know have no place to go, dead ends, progressing to nothing. And the unfortunate part about it is that, God forbid, it could turn into DV type of situation of some sort, because you become so frustrated, or people become so frustrated that they're not getting what they want. Neither of these people, in my opinion, allegedly, they put this shit out here, right, are functioning well. But you know what she do know well? $800 a month in child support, $3,200 in total. She know that very well, and very willing to brag about it. And then when y'all sit up here and say, yes, sis, go, sis. Yes, sis, go, sis, to that. And then they see that. And then you wonder why you have problems in relationships, because you support craziness like that. I'm sure there's probably people in the comments, I don't feel like going over them, that's like, you get your money, sis. You get your money, sis. Because niggas ain't shit. Niggas ain't shit. Allegedly. Child, this is crazy. This is ridiculous. But this is the norm. And there'll be people that'll say, you can't talk about her. Who can't talk about her? And I did. Who can't talk about her? She put this shit out here. When she signed that liability that you sign when you go into that venue, then she agreed to have this shit put up here. Now, if she's trying to make herself go viral, that could quite possibly be the case. I don't say that couldn't be true, CJ. That could quite possibly be true. But even if she did, just say that this was all made up and this was not a true story. She needed the attention that much, or she needed to go viral that bad, to put this crazy ass, stupid ass story out here on the internet and to show it upon yourself. This is what I'm saying. This is the shit that the community loves, supports, and big ups. The Tether bloggers and the ABCD bloggers put it up there and show it and hype it up. People are listening to it, as we can see and tell. Generation Z is being led, or not being led. They're being led by social media, but clearly no one is raising them. That little girl from It Is What It Is, Cam and Mace's show, when he asked her what made you think they was getting married, and she said, oh, because she was holding him down, and she made the Thanksgiving. I'm like, man, none of that makes any sense. She was holding him down. I still don't know what that means. How is she holding him down? Child, I can't relate. I cannot relate. But the internet and attention and this reality show, this fake reality show that so many people are thinking that they're living in, is one of the biggest problems right now as far as the community is concerned. And then you got the fear mongering from the politicians to make you think that your biggest problem is racism, Nobody wants to address what the real problems are. And honestly, even though we don't particularly care for Boise, he is right about what he says about Black economics and where Black people waste their money at. He do be right. He long-winded. His analogies suck. He's not funny. But he is right when he talks about the economics portion of the Black community. And you can't talk about it to them because they don't want to listen. They just think they know everything. They want to spend money on spiders, makeup, and weave and go on vacations that they can't afford. They want to allow their Klarna to go onto their credit report and come up as bad. They want to Klarna fucking McDonald's. They don't want to pay their student loans. They don't want to pay any debt because they're trying to get back to C-19, and that shit is over. That shit is over. Nobody was taking care of your ass before then. Ain't nobody gonna take care of your ass thereafter. And if they put this much energy into giving Lexie Brown a hard time and figure out the ins and outs of Meg and Klay's relationship, imagine how much further the community would be if they did that shit. Imagine how much further the community could be if they did all that shit. But nope, it's more important to allow somebody like Funky Dineva to come out here and disparage straight Black men, the men that y'all know you want, and y'all go along with it, and then wonder why you have issues in relationships. Child, the writing is right there in front of your faces, but you don't want to listen. Keep listening to people who ain't got what you want, ain't gonna get what you want, ain't trying to get what you want, and think that you really have a sisterhood of people that's gonna take what you get if they got the opportunity and the chance. But somehow, some way, all this is a Black man's fault, y'all. Yeah, because y'all be up on this daggone computer, or on this, not computer, on this daggone internet, exposing all your business. I really don't see a ton of men doing that. And outside of dating, let me take dating and relationships off the table, because y'all do be talking that ad nauseum, make me sick. But really don't be talking about too many other things. It's a lot of I feel like going to Kofa, we go and we listen to what he has to say, and it gives us examples, which is good. Then I can't even think of anybody else because I really don't. Sometimes with Trinidad, but he get on my nerves. RBM when he's on, I'm not sitting up there listening to these panels. I just can't do it with all this crap. Even though I do want to do a video, I do want to do a live stream on something that Mr. Fantastic said, which was good stuff, talking about Black women. But I ain't got the energy today. Yeah, it's over 4 hours now. Ain't no way. Shout out to Big Boy. He said the 304 said she an honest woman. Exactly. Delusional. Everybody living in their own delusion, child. Everybody is living in their own damn delusion. Shout out to RBN. Thank you, boo. He said, Michonne, I don't understand why you don't want to have a acute Down syndrome baby. Why? Do it for the culture. Child, I don't want the babies I got. What you talking about? Let me stop. No, that's for somebody else. It's not for me. Because then I wouldn't be able to travel whenever I want to. But that's it. That's all. Meg got cooked for Klay so the private chef could take off for the day. When she was making Thanksgiving dinner, child, she had help with that. It was not like we don't see these people in the background. Girl, shut up. But whatever, to each their own. I'm thinking mainly, honestly, at the end of the day, if people fix their attitudes, and stop listening to other bitter ass people and taking on their bitter ass trauma, they probably could get better results. But nobody want to listen, so continue to do what you do and keep putting it on the internet so that we can continue to have content to look at. Shout out to all of y'all. Thank you so much for being here. Shout out to y'all for hanging in there this whole long 4 hours and 5 damn minutes. Oh my God, I can't even believe I'm here this long. Shout out to all of y'all. I see you. I appreciate you. Shout out to everyone that donated. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Shout out to the mods doing the damn thing. Thank you so much. I don't know that I'll be back. Maybe, kind of, sort of. We shall see. Y'all make sure you hit the like button for me. Subscribe if you're new. Share this daggone video. I appreciate y'all. I see you all in the next one.